Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
'92, and then, because they don't call them anything. Curious what number show this would be.
In all 10 years you've been here?
The 11 years that I've been here?
Oh, you're in your 11th
in
year.
In my WMMS hunk of my career. Yeah, I'm curious.
About 11 and a half now.
It'll be 12 this Christmas.
I thought you just hit. All right, I'm off.
We had the 10th anniversary show, and then we had
And
the
then
COVID
everything
year
shut
off.
down. That's what it is.
So
I still think last year's 2019.
Same, kind of, sometimes.
Yeah.
I was doing some math like that in my head, and I go, oh, it's because we basically had to erase 2020. And in many ways, this year will get erased too. Mary Santora is right over there.
Hi, guys. No babies.
And Poundcake is back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
Speaking of episodes, we're looking at the 4th or 5th one, I think, for the Poundcake Sports Break, which happens here on the show in the 5 o'clock hour. Very excited for that. It is a new favorite among... it's even managed to convert some Poundcake haters to his side. They've said, you know what? He's found his niche. And it's talking about the very last thing anybody would have thought he would have talked about, the sports break.
Yeah, sports break that really doesn't tell you much about sports, but it's still interesting and fun for everyone.
Tells you everything you need to know.
It combines worlds, right? It combines worlds. It takes the gossip part that you love of celebrities, and then it adds in sports, which a lot of people like. And so it brings people together. You're bringing people together.
It brought Bill together because he is now interested in the tea. I'm walking in this morning, just like 20 minutes ago, and he's like, hey, did you hear Tristan Thompson cheated on Chloe again? I'm like, what?
That's exactly how I said it, too.
And I walk back and I said...
Your impression of me is spot on.
From afar.
He yelled at him down the hall. Mary, what would it have actually sounded like?
Oh my God, Carl, did you know that Tristan Thompson cheated on Chloe again? And you know why I know that? Because I was on Alan's page, and Alan shared something that went to the Kardashians page, because Alan always shares everything.
You know how I love to share with the Kardashians. That's right.
And he's like, is it going to be in your sports break? I'm like...
It's already written.
I was just
it's
curious.
already being rehearsed.
I was just curious if he had it in there, and it's because
it's up to the minute information
that would definitely be appropriate for the sports break, but I don't know if it's going to make it in.
Well, we'll see how the story develops, because honestly, I don't think people are interested anymore. They're like, woohoo, Tristan cheated again.
Oh yeah,
big surprise.
All the jokes about it are death, taxes, and Tristan cheating on Chloe.
Damn.
Those are the 3 absolutes in life, right? Death, taxes, and...
Well, it's her prerogative to stick around, right? They've got a child, trying to co-parent. That makes things stickier. Whatever. If you want to join us today, 216-578-1007 to do that, or 800-348-1007. You can send a text, 35192. As Bill said, you can watch the show. Isaac Bishmishishmosh is
so dumb.
Helping out with the...
Hey, that's someone's name. Don't
Poundcake.
I blame the parents.
These people are here for one day. I blame the parents.
What's wrong with the name Isaac?
When you've got a surname like Bishmishishmosh, there's not much you're going to do with it. You got to be very careful. You know, Isaac is just as good as any other name.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen it spelled with a K, but there it is. You know what? You can never take that Bishmishishmosh family for granted.
Where are we getting all these employees? Can I get a pay raise?
They're not employees. No, they're not.
They're one and
they
done.
are per diem contracted helpers in our extensive video department.
They get 1% of that day's take from the live stream.
1%.
1%. From that day.
They're the 1%ers in our video
1%,
department.
So it's,
that's right.
Not a lot of money.
Hey, Mary saw Erica.
Yeah.
In the wild.
In the wild. My boyfriend and I went to, so we walked from my apartment, went to Bearden's. I was talking about doing a picnic the other night. So we stopped and grab a burger.
Was that the first time you had Bearden's?
No.
Yeah,
I discovered it last year, I think.
It's tight.
Yes, so good. Great burgers.
Yeah.
So we stopped, got burgers, and then walked down to Rocky River Park to watch the sunset. And we're walking down, and then I hear Mary, and I look over, and it's Erica and her husband Ian. And I was like, oh my God, I hadn't seen her in so long, and we're catching up and all this stuff. And then she's standing there, and she's like,
that's a little out of their neck of the woods, too.
A little bit, but it's such a great place to see a sunset.
And if you want to see the lake, you got to go there.
You posted a picture of the sunset that is like, you could frame that
and
put an inspirational quote on it, and I'd be like, I need that.
Always remember to look to the sky or something.
Yeah. And remember, the sky begins at the ground.
Right. So it was really cool to catch up. She was in great spirits, and it was just so fun. And then she was like, yeah, once in a while, we like to have a date night where we come here and we get Bearden's and then we get Mitchell's after. And I was like, that's literally exactly what we're doing.
You are
she's
so basic.
That's what she said. That's what I said. She texted me as soon as you guys met up, as soon as she left, and she was like, yeah, Marion was doing a date night with her boyfriend, who looks just like Ian.
They both tattooed, blonde, tall.
And then she was like, yeah, we do that every week. And of course, I saw her there. I was like, all you basic bitches think alike.
It was exactly what it is. It's so funny because
maybe I'm a basic bitch because I got nothing against Bearden's and Mitchell's from time to time.
I'm all on board with all those things. What does your boyfriend get at Bearden's, though?
They have a veggie burger.
They have a veggie burger.
Yeah.
Okay.
We actually sat down
I'm
after.
curious about those places now because I've gone way, I'm not meatless, but I'm cutting way back on meat.
Yeah.
And so, I'll try that.
Yeah, they have a veggie burger. As soon as they left, we were sitting down and getting our little setup ready with everything, and he goes, they were like us from an alternate universe. I was like, what? He's like, we're kind of the same couple, I think. He was like, he was in bands, I was in bands, she was on radio, you're on radio. He's going through all these things. He has tattoos. I was like, yeah, kind of. He's
like the Bizarro of theirs.
Right. And he kind of sat there quietly. He goes, I'd like to see them again. Okay. We can see them again. It's
well,
right.
I saw your post, and I thought it was funny because through no fault of your own, but there's a phrase now that everybody's going around. It's mostly chicks, but I saw it on literally no fewer than 5 posts of people that I follow. The phrase is, what more could a girl ask for? Mm-hmm. This phrase is getting used a lot, and I'm not sure. It's got to be coincidental, but I don't know why that is. Friends of mine, they were like, having some wine, it's nice, what more could a girl ask for?
Right.
And I'm swiping, there's Mary. Bearden's, what more could a girl ask for? I'm like,
Bearden's
what is going, what have
yeah.
I missed with what more could a girl ask for?
Well, because it was
the weather's
great
nice.
Night. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, but why
80
that
degrees,
phrase?
Bearden's, Doritos, boyfriend, sunset, what more could I want? And then the next frame is, oh my God, Erica, I didn't know that was what more I needed in my life.
But why that phrase? I know you can't speak for other people, but that struck me. That's what struck me.
For me, because I think it's just representation of feeling whole in that moment. Oh, what a day. You know, what a day this is.
I mean, there's no guys going, what more could a dude ask for? I mean, that I've seen. So it's chicks.
Oh, I can
what
always
more
ask
could a
for
girl
more.
ask for? What?
I can always ask for more.
But
That's
you don't
I'll
post
never
it
be
in your
satisfied.
But I think it's about just appreciating the moment that you're in. And if you have what you need for that moment, then that's all you need. What more could I need?
What more could you ask for? But you really did. It's not like you're working with bare bones here. You really rattled off a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So my question would be, what more could you fit?
Erica.
That's
what we found
Doritos, hamburgers, ice cream. Okay.
Yeah.
Farts to light the night sky on the way home.
Just wonderful.
It was fantastic.
But yeah, it was really great to see her. She's doing well. A lot of cackling and so it was
when the hens get together.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, very, very good to see
her.
her.
All right, good. Well, it's good to see her pop up on your feed.
Yeah, totally random. And I was just like, oh my God, get out of here. So it was awesome.
All right, I got a break. There's going to be another chance for you to grab $1,000 at 2:30. Chance for you to go fund yourself. So be listening for that keyword on the way. If you want to text here in the break for anything else, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. confused arousal.
Listener discretion is advised.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 to get us live, or 800-348-1007, 35192. Send me a text. Cavaliers are at home tonight to play Horace Grant and the Orlando Magic. That is a 7 o'clock game tonight on WMMS. So when we roll at 6:30, you'll get your last keyword to go fund yourself, and then right into Cavs Live, the pregame there. It'll be a real clash of the Titans tonight between the Cavaliers and the Magic. Neither team is blowing the roof off the joint, but Cavaliers statistically are in a better spot. Magic's not taking the world by storm right now. I got a letter from, we're talking about the NFL draft. Bill's going to be there. He's going to be walking around tomorrow night and Friday night. Mm-hmm. Joe wrote me and he said, you guys were talking about Mr. Irrelevant, which is a name. I had never heard that before, but it was in a promo and I thought it was funny. But everybody else but me knew that's the person that they call the very last person chosen in the draft. And Joe said, I Googled Mr. Irrelevant. The current one is Tay Crowder. You know what team Tay Crowder plays for?
Cleveland Browns?
He plays for the New York Giants.
Oh.
I had to Google that.
Okay.
But he said, I know you like weird names. Tay is short for DeQuartavius.
That's a great one.
So
DeQuartavius.
DeQuartavius Crowder. Mm-hmm. So the only thing crowded there are all the syllables. So, anyway, he said maybe possibly he'll feel a little bit irrelevant if you mention him. So there you go. DeQuartavius Crowder plays for the New York Giants. He was the most recent Mr. Irrelevant, who is the last player chosen in the draft. But you know who the real Mr. Irrelevant is? The first guy not chosen in the NFL draft. The guy who doesn't go to any team. At least this guy goes to a team. He gets his foot in the door. He goes, well, I got to prove myself.
Yeah, but that's the same thing that happens with a bunch of unsigned, or there's undrafted free agents that all get scooped up the day after the draft.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Mm. But still, you don't go in like the draft. You don't go in the main draft.
Right.
Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes. So you're an undrafted free agent, and there's some undrafted free agents that end up having real great careers.
But isn't that a combination of guys who have already been playing? And
these are like guys that are just out of college. But
they are.
Didn't, they're kind of taking a flyer on them because you don't have to pay these guys a lot. They're easy to cut. That's like when they do training camp, if you've ever watched Hard Knocks, a lot of the guys at training camp are undrafted free agents that they were good in college, but they need some work on their game. And then once in a while, someone will come through and they're just really good and they just didn't get a good look because they weren't at a big school. So a lot of running backs, I feel like, thrive in that area where they're undrafted free agents and then they get into the league, get in the right system, and they kick ass.
Well, so far, the Giants say that Tay Crowder has done pretty well for them.
Oh, that's good.
He went number 255 in the 2020 NFL Draft. Very last pick. And New York Giants say that he has been that he uses the Mr. Irrelevant nickname to motivate him.
Who's going to be the number one pick tomorrow and who's picking? I want to know everyone's answer.
Well, what's the worst team?
That's don't know cheating. You gotta go.
Who's picking?
Who's picking first overall?
Somewhere in Florida, the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Boom, Mary's got that.
Oh,
part.
really?
Yeah.
Bam.
Good. I would have never arrived. I forget that that's even a team. I would not have arrived.
The
at
Jaguars were the worst, which means
Yes.
they get to pick first.
I thought the Jets were the worst.
The Jets are, I think,
Second
second
worst.
worst.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
And they are picking.
This
Who are
guy's
they
been
picking?
like top, like Andrew Luck level, talked about for years as the number one quarterback prospect. I'll give you that.
Okay,
It's a quarterback.
DeQuartavius Crowder.
Nailed it.
Jr.
Got it.
You got it.
Junior. It's his son.
DeQuartavius Crowder Jr.
They are picking.
Are there any hints in the Poundcake Sports break? Does he allude to this today? We haven't heard it, but...
No, there aren't.
All right.
Alyssa Langostino. She's the first female.
And she's going number one overall?
And she's
Get the Langostino.
Look at Urban Meyer throwing a little curveball at everybody.
Yeah. I know what it is.
All right.
Trevor Lawrence is the guy. Trevor
that?
Lawrence.
Oh, the kid from Clemson.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I would have never gotten that if you
Couldn't
gave me
even guess a
$100.
team. Couldn't even guess a person. Like I don't even pretend to know names in football.
But that's the hook of
Especially a
the Poundcake
draft
Sports
pick.
Break. Doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, this isn't a year where I'm all that interested, like, in the draft, because usually there's years where the Browns are picking very high. And you're like, ooh, who are they going to get? They're picking 26th
We're
overall
mid-pack,
this year.
right? Yeah.
We're like
Or
towards
towards the
end.
bottom, yeah.
Yeah,
Do you
because
have-
we made the playoffs, so it's one of those things where it's like, ooh, I hope we get someone good. But it's not like in past years where you're debating like, oh, are they going to take Baker overall first, or that kind of stuff.
You already kind of have a stacked deck with the team this time around.
Yes,
Yeah.
which is nice. It's a nice feeling to not have to be
Right.
put all your hopes and dreams on the draft. It's like
to pin everything
the
on
best.
Johnny Manziel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dumb question about this draft.
There are no dumb questions.
There are.
You,
Just
especially
dumb
for
people.
You don't have to ever say dumb question. You can just ask the question.
That means so much. That's the nicest thing someone's ever said to me. So everyone's staying in Cleveland for this. Like, they're not coming in and then flying out. Like, this is a 3-day festivity, and hotels are booked and stuff.
Are you hoping to
What are you
see
talking
people
about?
downtown walking around? Are you hoping to?
Who are you talking about?
I want to know if the athletes are going to be here, like in a hotel, and
Well, a
if they're
lot
going
of
to be
it,
cruising.
They're still. I mean, the first round top 10 picks are probably the only ones that are here in town, and then a lot of the time they go pretty immediately to whatever team they're getting drafted by.
Okay, because I wanted to know if they would be like in the clubs. Because I was like, I'm not a club guy. I'm not like. I haven't been recently.
It's more the
but if
media
there's-
people that will be here all weekend because they do so many reviews and post game, like especially Thursday and Friday.
What
I think by Saturday everything kind of clears out a little bit more because those are later rounds of the draft. But
Because Saturday I'm going out, but like I want to ask my boyfriend if I can get on Grindr just to see like who's because I bet you there's some DL dudes here. They're just like, I'm in Cleveland, like this is how it's going down.
But they probably
mean
wouldn't have
players?
a picture of their face or their jersey.
A guy who's going to get drafted into the National Football League is going to get on Grindr while he's in Cleveland for
he's going to
24
put his pick
hours.
number. He's like, I just signed a big contract.
They never.
I want to celebrate.
The DL dudes never have any identifying information.
Right, it would
but
be the torso. You'd see some abs.
Yeah.
So how would you even know?
Yeah, how would you know if they're
No one would. They weren't going to come out
DL
and say
football
it.
because
players.
I've been.
And again, you're not getting a ton of players actually being here.
I understand that, but
Even with the regular draft, like there's nothing. You
I
don't
know
want to
that-
be sitting waiting for them to call your name and then have to wait 4 rounds for them to call you.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is I've been in Cleveland a long time, and I've been on Grindr even longer. So I know the traffic that goes through Grindr on a regular basis. If there's dudes on there that don't look like they belong here, chances are they don't belong here, and they're visiting. So
Okay. Well, you know more about Grindr.
What,
I know more
bitch?
about football, but also.
With that Venn diagram,
Yeah.
boy, that is pretty.
We're going to track.
So what
Who
you are
knows
going to
what
get?
that is?
There are a lot of people that are traveling here just to experience the draft. So you might get some.
I feel like it's going
people
to be
from
your.
out of town, but
it's
not,
going to be
not
your
that many.
Your
Not
more,
like it would normally be.
It's going to be your more tertiary characters that are going to be on Grindr, not the guys who are up for the draft. Yeah.
Be like, yeah, I just got selected in the draft. What should I do now? Go get deed
You're
from
gonna
a stranger and start a whole controversy.
You're going to get like a traveling assistant who works in the front office for the Tennessee Titans.
that's fine.
That's who you're going to get.
That's fine.
Yeah. Well, a lot of those guys are like former players, and they, they got the abs still.
Or even if it like used to
The abs or the app?
Both.
No.
But even if it looked like they had abs, like you know how like when you don't have abs anymore, it just kind of like it has like the ripples where it used to be. Those are good too.
They're flabs. They're not abs anymore.
But they're still skinny, but they're not ripped. I'm okay with that too.
Okay, well, if any of you guys are listening, maybe you've gotten into town early to get prepped. Poundcake's okay with that too. You don't have to be ripped for him.
And he has a boyfriend, but he will cheat respectfully.
Well, he said,
Much
I'm going
like
to ask my
Tristan
boyfriend
Thompson.
if I can get on Grindr. I'm sure he'll be completely happy to
Cheating's no fun if you have to
accommodate
ask.
that.
Can I sleep with this person? No. All right.
You said you were
You
going to
never let me
ask
do
him.
anything.
Dang it.
You said you were going to ask him.
I said I was going to ask him to get on Grindr. I
Right.
didn't to look around. I never said I was going to act on it. I'm just going to not ask for that part.
He's going to only half ask. He's going to half ask it. Okay, well, there you go. There's a little peek into...
Sports.
I don't know. Peek into something.
Sports.
I got $1,000 here for you. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. You have 4 chances to grab this money during the course of this show. So this is your first of those 4, so good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword deposit at WMMS.com. That's deposit. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
A little bit of food news. Alan, Happy Gilmore golfed a Subway cold cut combo into a guy's mouth. Mary could easily catch sourdough bread in hers.
Yeah.
And put that up on OnlyFans or something, or on stage at the Comedy Fort in Fort Collins.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. If people were to throw bread at me, you guys were like, don't eat it. And I'm like, well, if it doesn't touch the ground first, I could totally eat it.
You were partial to a sourdough.
I love sourdough bread. I do like a good, like whole wheat with some oats. Not oats. Yeah, oats.
Oats.
Grains.
I can't conjure a sourdough in my head. What is a sandwich on sourdough bread?
I don't think there's any sandwiches that come on sourdough. If you're at like a deli or places like that, it's always an option to get something on a sourdough.
I don't know. I'm sure.
It's exactly like it sounds.
I'm positive.
Tom Papa makes the sourdough bread pretty regularly.
I'm positive I have had sourdough bread.
Yeah.
I just not any time even remotely recent. I couldn't even tell you what it tastes like.
Kind of tastes
I
like
assume sour.
Yeah, if you were to take like a light sprinkle of lemon on top of the bread, but not that strong. I don't know how to do it. It's not like an
I thought it's mostly like a
overpoweringly-
textured thing.
I think it's a pretty soft, normally textured bread.
Right, but I'm saying like that's what I think of when I think of sourdough bread. I don't think of it's not like a hard bread. It's
and it's a little bit thicker
soft,
too.
thick, and like kind of dense too.
Yeah,
but like
and it
a
has
good
like
dense.
Well, I just know that over the quarantine, people are like, I'm making sourdough bread. So I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
either this is really, really good or it's really, really easy to make.
No, you have to have the sourdough starter. You have to have the little culture.
Well, somebody must have been, if somebody invested in sourdough starter companies, they were doing really well over the past year based on what people were posting. Here's my sourdough. I'm like,
my dad
Jesus
makes a
Christ.
pretty good sourdough.
What constitutes a pretty good sourdough as opposed to a half-assed...
How sour it is.
Because like sometimes they don't...
How doughy it is.
Yeah.
Usually it comes in the cooking process of not letting it rise enough or not letting it, not cooking it to the right temperature and stuff like that. So
I see.
He's pretty good.
Other food news, KFC's biggest problem right now is that people can't get enough of their fried chicken sandwich, which apparently is basically, they just took a chicken tender and put it in like a pita or something and spurt some sauce on it, and that's their sandwich. And people are lining up to buy these. Boy, what is it with chicken sandwiches? A couple of years ago, everybody remembers people were punching each other. There were stabbings and fights over the Popeye chicken sandwich.
Simpler times.
Yeah. You can't buy that kind of publicity. You got to think somewhere in a KFC boardroom over there at the Yum Brands company, there's a guy going, why can't we have people stabbing each other over our sandwich? We need a stab-worthy menu item, and this ain't it. Yeah, people like it.
That came and went. Like, no one's even talking about the Popeye's chicken sandwich no more.
They still advertise it. That's still a goddamn good sandwich, boy.
It's good.
It's one of the few things I can recall in recent memory that absolutely lived up to everyone else's hype.
People killing each other for a sandwich?
Did I say they should be murdered for them? I'm talking about the taste of the sandwich.
That's the hype.
Everybody goes, no, the murder isn't the hype. That's just people who
Bitches died for this.
Well, they got nothing else to do. It's got to do with the hype. It's got to do with people frustrated in line. But when a listener brought us in some of those sandwiches, I was like, wow, this really does live up to the hype. We mentioned a couple of weeks ago that Domino's is putting this autonomous food delivery thing into one particular neighborhood in Houston. I assumed it would be shot up immediately. But they have this thing that they're test marketing where it, on the app, this robot comes up to your house and delivers the pizza. There's no driver, no nothing. It's just got a GPS on it and a camera, and it knows where to go. And Domino's is test marketing these. You figure, what are some of the last remaining jobs people can do? Delivering pizzas. Let's find a way to get rid of those. People who don't make any money delivering pizzas, they're lucky to get a tip. Let's find a way to get rid of those jobs too. And so they've got this robot that's going through this one neighborhood in Houston, and they also are bringing back the Noid. Are you guys old enough to remember the Noid?
I don't know what that is, but I've seen a lot of people talking about it.
The Noid was
I remember the Noid.
Domino's mid-'80s mascot, and it was this guy in a bunny suit, and he was trying... Now, again, I don't...
basically the Hamburglar for Domino's.
Yes, but I could never...
Avoid the Noid.
I could never understand his motivation. His sole purpose in life was to prevent the delivery of hot piping Domino's pizzas. Was there a backstory? Had Domino's wronged him in some way?
I don't know.
Had they killed his family?
I just remember it because there was a guy that I went to church with that owned like a Domino's franchise.
Yeah.
And he had like Noid merchandise, and I thought it was real cool because I was a little kid.
You can download the cookbook, apparently, at Fancy Feast.
All right. Anywho, so they're bringing the Noid back, and for people who are of a certain age, you'll remember that. Why? I don't know. I guess they're trying... Now the Noid is trying to thwart the technology of this robot.
Droid. Yeah. The Noid versus Droid.
The Noid v. Droid.
I have a question for all of you.
Yes.
If you guys could be handed one franchise, what would it be? You guys already know mine.
Yours is what? Chick-fil-A? Oh, Taco Bell. I'm
Taco
sorry.
Bell.
If we could be, based on what we like or how well they perform.
It's your option.
Your choice.
Based on what?
I would have to go.
There he is. He would have breakfast all day at his if it's franchised.
Yes.
I mean, my mind would go toward whichever one was performing the best as opposed to what I like the most.
Me too.
You don't want to get high in your own supply.
Because then you're not going to like it anymore.
I mean, Subway, I think, is still the number one franchise in the world.
I would never get tired of Wendy's. They have so many options and they're fresh.
Like what?
Quality is our recipe. Jalapeno popper chicken sandwich or salad.
Oh.
Baked potato. I love a baked potato.
Breakfast anytime.
McDonald's seems like any of those, they're all not going anywhere.
But I think McDonald's, some of them have a much higher price point to get in.
Yeah, that's
the
true.
cost of entry is a lot higher with a McDonald's because you have a global brand. Whereas, if you're like, oh, I'll get in.
Well, I think in this scenario you're being handed one, so
it's
you
free.
You can just pick one.
Doesn't cost.
Olive Garden. Make you money.
Olive Garden.
People love Olive Garden.
Seems like a lot more upkeep there than if you're just going to drive through kiosk. I'd get a Hot and Now. Anybody remember Hot and Now?
No, Cookout? What do you mean?
What? Early 90s in Michigan and parts of the Midwest, they had these drive-thrus called Hot and Now. Hot Now.
Yeah.
The burgers and fries. It was just burgers and fries. It was literally like a photomat kiosk. There was no dine-in. They were so small. There was like one guy working the kitchen, one guy working the drive-thru, and you just drove through and get food. It was dynamite.
I'd get a Rallies and change it into a Checkers.
There you go. Now you're thinking.
Who can tell the difference? It tastes so good, so similar.
Try to think of places that don't close. Like, I don't think, what's a place? I don't know.
A Bob's Big Boy?
Dude, Big Boy. Do love a Big Boy.
They
Outback
have
Steakhouse?
patty melts right on the menu.
Patty melts are fantastic.
Outback Steakhouse does close.
Yeah, well.
That is their one rule.
No, I didn't mean like at the time of day. I meant like when you're not going to drive by and see it boarded up.
I've seen plenty of Big Boys boarded up.
Yeah, he said Big Boys.
Like that's what I'm saying about like Taco Bell.
Taco Bell,
like
yeah.
no matter what,
Chipotle.
whether it's in a Beverly Hills or in Compton, like the best or the worst, a Taco Bell will always thrive. It doesn't matter like what walk of life you come from. And like I remember when I was in like high school, middle school, one of those, there was Taco Bell, and they tore it down to move it like 5 feet to the left. And that's how successful it was. I'm like, you guys are literally tearing it down just to build it back.
But what if you're split and you want to own a taco place and a pizza place? Is there any place that has both?
Oh, yes. Taco Pizza King. Right?
Yeah, Taco Pizza King. Mm-hmm. That'll do it.
Long John Silver's.
You just change one letter. Welcome to Mayor Donald's. We hope you enjoy our menu as much as we enjoy.
I'm going to make my own franchise and it's going to be menus to society.
Don't ask what's in the sauce.
Have it your way at
That's
Burger
right.
King.
Mm-hmm. Welcome to Taco Belt. Yeah, so I don't know. Somebody handed me a franchise.
This is Jimmy John's.
Joms. Ginny John's.
Jimmy John's.
Yeah.
Sound like people that help with the live stream.
Jimmy John's.
Yeah. So anyway, look for once they break out these autonomous pizza delivery robots outside of the state of Texas. Oh, it's going to be a free-for-all out there. There's your food news.
I don't think those things are going to last very long.
The robots?
Yeah, because people they don't respect robots, and they're going to be like, oh, there's the pizza robot. I'm just taking that pizza. What's the robot going to do?
Right.
Dead or alive, you are coming with me.
Yeah, but the thing doesn't open unless you put in like the code from the app.
Yeah, people got crowbars and stuff.
Oh, they're going to go that hard on it.
They're going hard at some free pizza.
We're what's in there.
Domino's like, guys, we're going to have some shrinkage on these robots, FYI. So the cost per point can't be too high on manufacturing.
If they don't want the pizza, they still want to mess with it, so they'll kick it over and they'll not. I mean, this is what, probably 6 years ago.
The thing should have guns on it, like an
well,
ED-209.
I imagine it will.
Yep.
Comply.
That's right.
But remember the robot that was supposed to travel across the country and got to Philadelphia, and they just destroyed it right away.
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen with these.
Okay, I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com, you can hit us up there, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
35192 if you want to get a text into me. AlanCoxShow.com for all the other stuff. I was reading that it's National Clean Comedy Day.
Oh.
Right? Bill's going to be doing some clean comedy.
That's right.
Not today.
Not today.
No.
I mean, technically today, because it has to be saved for the radio. But, I'm recording a clean comedy album at Hilarities, May 7th through 9th. Some people hit me up like, "Ooh, I heard about the Mother's Day show. I'm bringing my mom."
Saw a tweet to that
that's
effect.
Very nice.
Yeah.
So get those tickets at hilarities.com. Friday and Saturday are getting closer to sold out. Sunday, there's tickets available. But get them now. Let's sell these out and have a good time. Mary's going to be opening. Martin Malloy's going to be doing sets. He's hilarious.
Is he just Martin Malloy now?
Yeah, he's just going by Martin Malloy. He formerly Schizo Bill. But he's just going by his name now. And then Brian Kenny's going to do a couple of the shows, and my buddy AJ DeCosmo is going to do a show. He's going to do the Saturday show, and he's the co-host on my podcast, The Bill Squire Show. Very funny people.
So this is going to be a star-studded event.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Comedian Sam Morril is a very funny guy, too. I'm going to have him on around 4:20 today. I've never met him. I've never talked to him, but I like his work a lot, and he's doing... this weekend at Hilarities. Are either of you guys on those shows?
Yeah, I'll be hosting those shows.
You will, okay.
Yeah, just to get a little tune-up for next week.
Sure. Yeah. So we'll chat with him later on. The Poundcake Sports Break later on today as well, around 5:20.
My boyfriend actually had a hand in...
I bet he did.
A topic that he wanted me to cover.
So. Is he a
in the
guy?
sports break.
He's not a sports guy, but it was brought to his attention, and he is a fan of this show. So he was like, "You could use this for your sports break."
Who's his favorite on the show?
Probably you.
Probably Mary. Right. He knows you too well.
He co-signs.
He's no longer entertained by you.
He co-signs me, and I was like, "Don't enable me. Like, don't infantilize me." Because when they were when you guys were making fun of me about eating on my podcast, he's like, "It's a part of your thing, babe. It's what you do.
You mean patronize you?
You can be creative. Everyone gets it." I'm like, "Are you co-signing just to make me feel better?" I was like, just because you got a big old job and you got to...
You know, that is what nice people do in relationships, is they co-sign, they support you in what you're doing.
But if he does it...
I don't have any...
I want him to genuinely like it, not co-sign because I'm his boyfriend.
I understand. I'm coming at you from, like, the aesthetic point of view, where eating on a microphone is probably not the way you want to go. He's coming from the perspective of somebody who wants to support you in your various endeavors. And he wants to make you feel better if you come home feeling dejected because we've been kicking you in the balls over it.
There was a listener that...
Rightfully so, I might add.
I'm about to start taking people off of my Facebook page because there was a listener that messaged me and he was like, "Oh, your boyfriend is white. I'm like, "Yeah, he's white. I don't know what you..." He's like, "No."
No, is he white? I guess I never thought of it.
He was like, he's white.
No.
As in...
Why did I think he was like Puerto Rican or something?
No, he's white. And
You're thinking of what Poundcake told people he was when he was younger.
I know he said that, but for some reason I was thinking that your boyfriend was not... Whatever, I guess I didn't give it that much thought.
But he said he's so white that he looks like the type of guy to do a high five and not like it and then want to do it again. That's what he said.
Is he? Is he like a howdy doody?
Hey, what's wrong with that? Just wanted to get it right, okay? Sometimes you get a little nervous, you don't quite get the smack you want, so you got to give it another shot.
We got to redo a high five.
Especially if it's that really bad one where you put your fingers around their fist.
Oh, that's
one
the
of you's
worst.
going for the fist bump, the other one's going for the handshake, and you end up gripping their fist. You never want to grip the fist unless someone else has co-signed on it.
Big slamming doors like she runs stuff.
I know. I'm just trying, I'm trying to do a show. Slamming doors.
Sorry.
Like she run things. I know we out of here, but...
You guys started without me?
No, I'm sorry.
Usually under normal circumstances, you see an on-air light on, you gingerly walk in the room,
I'm so sorry.
shut the door like a church mouse, you slam!
I didn't mean I had lotion in my hands, so I couldn't close the door, so I just used my foot to kick it. I'm sorry.
She's like Onyx up in this bitch. She's like, let the boys be boys!
What up? She pushes the door like Kramer.
Yeah, right.
Man, Mary Santora.
She slammed the door like we were talking bad about her.
Yes.
I heard you guys talking trip about me.
You saw me walking with my hands like this. I'm sorry.
That was the kind of slam where the person is on the other side of the door, not on the inside of the door. So are you theorizing that maybe the door slipped out of your
No,
hand?
I kicked it.
Oh, you kicked it.
I'm saying I couldn't gingerly close it because I put a squirt of lotion in my hands, and then I was like, oh crap, now I don't have hands.
I understand. Jeez.
I'm dead.
Wham!
Not a care in the world.
Man, it's like at the end of the show. I'll pull the curtain back a little bit. It's funny to me, but like the end of the show when I'm wrapping everything up. Bill and Mary, they got nothing left to do, so they leave the room. I'm still talking, and it's like they got Marty McFly fire tracks under their feet. They're like, slam the doors. I mean, they're going, all right, guys. Anyway, I'll talk to you again tomorrow.
Yeah. Someone is literally like still filing paper. Like if this were an office setting, someone will still be on the phone filing papers. Y'all just like turn on the vacuum cleaner, turning off lights.
Alan's like still doing work, and then like the papers that we were holding are just like floating where we used to be.
I look out the window. They're like,
a puff of smoke. No one exits the room faster than y'all.
It's like they're trying to get away from the Libyans at the Twin Pines Mall.
I was afraid. When I first started here, I was afraid to leave before Alan left. So I would just be sitting in here, and for some reason, it was my tradition to walk in there and say bye to Alan before I left. I just had to.
Make sure it was okay.
I want him to know that like I'm not leaving because I want to. It's because I have to. Mm-hmm. So I was like, bye, Alan.
Because you had to. What do you mean?
Well, like there's nothing else.
The show's over.
Yeah,
the show's over.
Need anything else from me, boss?
Yeah, so I would peek my head in here, and he's just looking at the computer, not paying any attention to me at all. I'm like, bye. And gingerly looks up, bye.
Okay, see ya.
Even if I get a bye.
I appreciate it, yeah.
But
once the show's over. No, it's the door slamming that cracks me up. It's okay. I just thought it was funny.
Now
it's like when you're at a restaurant, they start putting the chairs up and the tables around you.
Yes.
Just signifying like, hurry up.
Right.
Nothing better than when you walk into a fast food place and the place smells like bleach.
Yeah.
Because they're getting their side work done. There's like a mop bucket there. Yeah, can I get a hot tuna and
I love going to fast food places and getting hot tuna.
On sourdough.
Man. Yeah. No, that's why I had to stop going to Potbelly. I love Potbelly. It's a hometown chain.
It is good stuff.
And I love it. They never, ever listen to. I'm standing right there talking to them, and they do not listen. Because I like their tuna sandwich, but they toast all their sandwiches. So I go, I'd like a cold tuna. Cold tuna. I couldn't say it.
To be cold.
I can't say it any clearer. I just reflexively throw it in the thing. And by that time I go, up. So then I walk down and wait for it to slowly come out of the thing, right? And they go, is this yours? The person on the other end, they don't. I go,
it's two different worlds.
I just don't like people. I don't, it's, I don't want food wasted.
Dude.
I'm like,
but you want to say what you want.
Well, that's right. I don't take it. I go, you got to make me a cold one. That's what I ordered. I just stopped going because I'm like, why am I doing this?
When I worked at the Freshen's place, the crepe making place in college, my friend and her mom is on the blacklist. Her mom, Monica, she's like something and a half. My friend Allie, I used to work with her at Freshen's, and she was notorious for slamming the door on customers and pointing and laughing at them before, like, it would be like 8:59, because she's like, you come in 5 minutes before we're closing, I'm going to close the gate on you. And there was a guy running from one end of the student union to the other, and she closed the door. It was like at 8:59, close. She's like, she pointed and laughed. I'm like, Allie, you cannot point and laugh. She's like, I'm pointing and laughing. She's like, I'm mopping up and I'm leaving.
Well, I mean, for anybody who's worked retail or fast food, it's super rude to walk in like 15 minutes before somebody's ready to close. Unless it's a super quick thing you can get and whatever. But, these...
Yeah, I'm just going to
there's
cup
kids,
with ice.
There's kids back there like making sandwiches.
Oh, my God.
Can I get, because people go, hey, open till 10 is what it says, which is true.
Yes.
It's just rude to
We
do
would
that.
have teams come in. That would be the annoying part. Like, it's like we close at 9, it'd be 8:50. And then, a team would get out late.
Like an intramural team would come in.
And they would come in, like, right there. I'm like, we're out of everything. We packed up everything, and smoothies take a while to make,
and they're messy,
and crepes take a while to make, and they're like, oh, can we get a rice bowl? Oh, but wait, I don't want. Do you have feta cheese? I'm like, bitch, you get what I give you.
I was gonna say, who brings the softball team in for crepes?
See, I worked in retail for a long time, so I'd work at the mall, and if we closed at 9 o'clock, generally that last hour you're not super busy. You might have a couple people, and so you start straightening.
Couple stragglers, yeah.
Yeah, you start straightening up because everything has to be in size order and look a certain way. So you're straightening up the jeans wall and all the t-shirts and all that kind of stuff. And the worst thing in the world when somebody would come in, and sure enough, they'd be like a medium. So they'd pull, they'd pull it out from the middle of the stack, and then it looks like a bomb went off in the t-shirt section, and they just like take out 6 pairs of jeans only to like crumple them up and shove them back in. You're like, everything I just did for the last 40 minutes has been undone.
I just remember when I was managing a Blockbuster Video, you could do a lot of stuff and straighten the place up in case somebody came in at the last minute. It wasn't the end of the world.
Right.
But you couldn't shut down your registers.
Yeah.
And that's a process.
Counting out the drawers.
Yeah, and so I'd have to do all that. But I remember back in the day when I was working like white tablecloth restaurants, when somebody would come in then really late, go, are you guys, is the kitchen still up? Yeah. Because we'd have to put out a pewter plate, a wine glass, a water glass.
It's a process,
it's the whole thing. You're putting settings out. You're not just like, bellying up to the bar or whatever.
And it's not quick food.
No.
Like you're there for at least an hour. Yeah.
Can I get the bourguignon for 2? There's only one of you, sir. Yes, but I really like it.
That's what I want.
That's what I want right now.
I
feel like with social media or maybe, I don't know what it is. It feels like a confluence of things between people getting called out on social media, people who work for companies who aren't smart on social media, and the age of the Karen. I feel like the customer is always right has kind of been shown the door.
Oh, I think that's gone. Yeah.
Like,
that's not even the customer's taken with a grain of salt, I think, at least.
Yeah, maybe.
Last night when we went to Bearden's, I felt so bad because there was like 2, it's a diner, so there's like teenage girls, young girls working. And I only saw maybe 2 or 3. One was kind of getting orders ready like an expo, and then there was like 2 girls working the cash register, and it was really nice outside. So they have like picnic tables out that were all full, and there was people in the restaurant waiting to get their food, and then the ice went out on the drink machine, and so these girls are panicky, and I was like, I don't even want to ask like for ice. And I looked at her, I was like, do you happen to have any more ice? And she was like, yeah. Like that. And when we saw what it took
Can I get
for
extra
her,
ice?
Well, she had to like go scoop the bucket and then climb up on top of like the
drink machine, yeah.
The drink machine, pull the lid off, dump the ice. It was like a whole process.
I don't blame McDonald's for saying that their milkshake
her.
machine is broken. I'm like, I'd say broke.
I just felt so bad because she probably knew she had to do that, but also knew everything that went into it. So she's like, I haven't had 5 spare minutes to do this yet. And then we're all standing there with empty cups like, is there more ice? Or
It's just frozen water.
Do you want us to drink our drinks warm?
You think I can just have a tea with no ice? Come on.
Bill, does Wendy's have a cold tuna sandwich that I could get?
No.
I'd like one for breakfast.
No. They don't really do any tuna.
Yeah.
But they have, do you like chicken? They have a great chicken sandwich. They have a jalapeno popper chicken sandwich.
For breakfast?
No, not for breakfast.
Oh.
They have the honey buttered chicken biscuit for breakfast.
The listeners are already jumping on the, they're already calling you Mary Slamdora. So congratulations. You'll never unload that while you're here.
Didn't need it.
Came in there like she ran the joint. Can't get it.
There's a similar thing, just like when you're wrapping up the workday. When I would work for my dad doing construction, we were, he's a bricklayer, and I would be on these sites, and sometimes you'd be making like we call it mud, like the concrete or the cement to lay the bricks, and someone would make one when it's like 5:15 and we're all trying to get home, but he wasn't paying attention what time it was, and then we have to stay there till that's all gone because you can't just waste that. So like someone's not paying attention, they just be like, oh, I thought we needed more. I'm like, yeah, we did in the morning. We were trying to wrap up, you dingus. So then we'd be there an extra 2 hours because someone wasn't paying attention.
Got to pay attention to the mud.
Got to pay attention to the mud.
Always got to focus on the mud.
Mary Slamdora. That's great.
Mary Slamdora.
The Mary Slamdora.
The Mary Slamdora. Alan, when I worked at Abercrombie, they told me to expect to be there 2 or 3 hours after closing. So I really hated late shoppers. 2 or 3. My ex-girlfriend of mine managed at Abercrombie. I don't remember that.
There's some places, I don't know if that's one of them. Like American Eagle, they were like, as long as you're not clearly being rude about your side work and your straightening and things like that, you can do it while we're still open. But some places won't even let you touch it until you're
It just
done.
looks like you're folding things. I mean, I would think that would be the least obtrusive thing you could do in a retail establishment.
Yeah.
Just
Some
straightening
places
up
have
clothes.
really strict rules about that. Like,
I felt like Hollister, because I worked at Hollister and I was an impactor, so I was folding like the clothes in the back, and they couldn't wait to rush me out because they didn't want to give me any more hours. They're like, "You're not staying here any longer than we need you to."
You were their least favorite impactor, maybe. They're like, we have a lot of impactors back here, but
I was not loved at all. There.
Why is that?
There was just bitches trying to sabotage me. Like, they just did not like me for whatever reason.
It's always somebody else.
It was.
Why were they trying to sabotage you?
There was a girl there that
or something?
Sabotage at the Hollister.
She did not like me, and she kept not a manager. She was just like a lead impactor, and she would put stuff like in places where they weren't supposed to be and say it was me, and then the manager would yell at me.
Why was that? I mean, it's one thing to not like someone. It's one thing to go, you know what, not my favorite employee. It's another thing to try to actively sabotage them. That sounds like there was a bit more going on there than you're letting on.
No, I don't know why I never got a reason because I didn't.
You
talk
didn't
to
ask?
Her. No, she was a bitch. Like she.
You bang her boyfriend or something?
No, but I'm saying you didn't ask someone else. Why does Benifer have a problem with me?
She liked my roommate, and I don't think my roommate liked her. Like. I think she thought that I was like talking crap about her behind her back, but I didn't talk crap about her behind her back until she was mean to me. And then like all the gloves were off at that point. Like I got an attitude back, and then, you know, I had to find opposition research. So then I found out a boy that she was in love with, and I asked him about her, and then I got dirt. And then I cussed her out in front of everybody.
So much drama at the Hollister.
Yeah.
Between the impactors.
She was
drama among the impactors.
That's actually also the name of his Panic at the Disco cover band. It's Drama at the Hollister.
She didn't like the way I walked. She didn't like the way I talked. She said I poked my chest out too far, and she said I was horrible at my job, which I probably was because I hated that job. I just did it for the perks.
She said that you poked out your chest too far.
Yeah, she didn't like that I.
What is an adequate amount? Did she clarify?
She said
because you kind of do that. You have like a little puff thing going on, but I mean,
I wouldn't see that. I walk like a penguin. That's how she described it.
But why was that? Why did it have that have anything to do? I thought you were in the back.
She was in the back too.
Then why did she care how you walked?
She just didn't like me as a person.
Man.
She found all my flaws. I was like, that's okay, bitch.
Wow.
That's why Jeremy left you for Claudia.
You were Hollister's chief petty officer too, weren't you?
Oh no, there was people way more pettier than I was. Bunch of gay guys and like people who thought that they were like actual models. That's why there's no more of them around.
No more what? Models or Hollisters?
Hollisters. Like everyone had their nose so far in the sky, and I'm like,
that's what did them in.
Well, I don't
not
think
an increasingly aggressive retail.
Well, I'm sure that's
landscape?
why, but I'm it's karma. I'm glad they're
karma. Watching one of the financial shows, they're like, well, Hollister hit an all-time low on the New York Stock Exchange today. Most analysts are chalking it up to karma. The impactors in the back.
Moon.
I'll tell you what, Hollister does not look good. This might be a good time to sell whatever position you've got in Hollister, as karma is just giving Hollister a beating. Not into so much at the Gap. Abercrombie and Fitch up a couple of points, but Hollister and the karma, not good at all. Andrew Ross Sorkin doing a documentary on it.
Never does well when Mercury's in retrograde.
I guess
we all know that.
Yeah.
I worked there for clout, though.
You worked at Hollister for clout, and then they stuck you in the back.
Yeah, I didn't tell people I was an impactor.
But if friends came to see you and they never saw you,
no, they did. They saw me go from the front to the back. Like I would run close out to the jeans. They're like, "Hey, Cody, gotta go to the back."
They're hiding me back there. Wow. And you didn't want to get a job at a retail establishment where they would put you in the front?
That was my last retail job. I vowed never to do retail again after that.
Right.
Takes it out of you.
It just beat the piss out of you.
I was the top credit card salesman.
You were at the Coach store.
I was at the Coach store. I
Yeah.
was a top credit card salesman and denim expert.
Salesperson.
Salesperson and denim expert at American Eagle. And then Coach was really tough to work there. I hated my boss. That was like probably the only boss that like I didn't understand why she went out of her way to make people's lives harder. It was just like, why? Why are you? And she was so to the book about everything.
Because that's the only power someone like that has.
It was
and so they just try to
awful.
maximize it. And they're like, this is my little kingdom. Everybody knows somebody like that.
It was the only
Well, why
person
didn't
I
people
really
just follow
come into.
directions? They got a book for a reason.
So it's tough. It's
She
tough
was
with
so
stores
by
like
the
that.
book.
It's tough with stores like that because it is high end. Like our cheapest purse was $150, you know. So they have these pictures that you had to make the wall, whatever the purse wall, look exactly like the picture before closing. Some managers were like, "It's close enough. People are just going to come and pick it up tomorrow. It doesn't have to be perfect." But she would go over it with like a ruler to make sure your purses were spaced exactly 4 inches apart.
Like
And
she was
it's-
worried that the Coach CEO was walking in the next day.
It was awful.
Yeah.
And we're just sitting there like, come on, dude. There's no way you're enjoying what you're doing right now. Like, this can't. Everybody hates you.
You were
Like,
mad that you just couldn't get one over on her. You couldn't walk around there slamming doors.
Oh, God. That's what it was.
She wouldn't let you get away with
Kicking
murder,
purses
so you didn't like her.
Throwing keychains.
Early days of Mary Slamdora. Okay, I've got to take a break. We're going to talk to comedian Sam Morril a little bit later on. He's doing the Weekend at Hilarities. The Poundcake Sports Break is on the way later as well. I'll have Monsters tickets for you after this break if you want to see them take on the Rochester Americans a week from Saturday at the Romo Fijo. We'll get you a couple of tickets for that on the way.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
that is, but Pat listens in Fort Mill, South Carolina. Kyle is in Grinnell, Iowa. Well, he will be. He's relocating to Grinnell, Iowa. And Kim's in Sacramento, I guess. You mentioned before the break that when you were working retail, you were a denim expert.
Yes.
Attendant to that, I saw something that today is Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Well, this month is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, but today is Denim Day.
Ooh.
Does anyone know the connection? Like, we're wearing jeans in support of... First of all,
that
I wear
don't
jeans
know.
every single day.
Yeah.
I imagine a lot of people do. I just wasn't sure if anybody knew what that was.
We didn't really go over that in our training.
You
As 16-year-olds.
Here's how we're going to... here's how we're going to...
denim contributes to rape culture.
We're going to recognize Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Well, anyway.
It was more like the boyfriend fit is more relaxed.
The boyfriend fit.
Yeah.
I saw you posted that old clip of Rogan and Bill Burr.
Yeah.
Talking about... It's getting passed around a lot because Joe Rogan, for people who listen to him, said that he doesn't think young kids should be getting the vaccine or whatever. And so... it's not a new clip, but people are thinking it's a new clip of him talking about...
No, it's not about the vaccine. Like, it's not about what
Right.
everyone's talking about right now. It's just a funny thing that's relatable.
the clip is from, like, at the beginning of all this.
Yeah,
when
it's
they were
from
talking
last
about
year,
masks and whatever.
I think that was, like, July of last year.
Was it?
I think so.
I thought it was when they were just starting to talk about you might have to wear a mask in public.
And I think that's when, like, a lot of the mask stuff was ramping up a lot. Where, like, people had just started wearing masks more because lockdown was ending in certain places. So I don't know exactly when it was, but it's, I think it was around then.
Let's not start this. Okay?
Let's start it.
I don't want to start this bullshit. I'm not going to sit here with no medical degree, listening to you with no medical degree, with an American flag behind you, smoking a cigar, acting like we know what's up better than the CDC.
I'll tell you what, Spotify spent $100 million to get the Joe Rogan podcast because it's a monster. It is a monster. And so they paid him 9 figures to acquire that podcast, and he has been a nonstop headache for them ever since. So on the one hand, they're like, this is still money well spent.
Yeah, it was June last year.
But on the other hand, if you're familiar at all with that show, there's always something that goes on that somebody's not going to like.
Yeah.
And you talk about like a hot button issue like vaccines and masks and blah, blah, blah. It's just going to get worse from there. Obviously they've put out new guidance from the CDC on the whole mask thing. They said if you're vaccinated fully, you don't have to wear masks outside unless you're with like a group of people. Large group of people. Yeah. By the way, I didn't know that was ever a thing.
Yeah, I haven't been wearing a mask outside when I'm not with people.
Correct.
Like I take my dog for walks every single day. I'm not masked up when I'm by myself.
Right, but you'd still see people like running with their mask on. And I was like, really? I didn't think, like, listen, I've been masked. I haven't gone anywhere in the last year, but also fully on board with the mask. Mm-hmm. But I'm also a guy, once I started going into stores, as soon as I'm out of that store, mask comes off.
Me too.
Yeah. I don't wear it to my car. I see people in their cars wearing the mask. Yeah. So from the beginning of this, I thought it was pretty clear that they were like, look, you don't have to wear a mask outside. There's air moving and there's things like that. So for them to go, if you're fully vaccinated, you don't have to wear a mask outside. I'm like, I wasn't wearing a mask outside when I wasn't vaccinated.
Right. I follow the 2 out of 3 rule for outside, where if you have the distance and you're outside, then you don't need to wear a mask. So if I'm not right next to people, then I would never wear a mask. But if it was like a situation where I was around a lot of people, which I don't think I ever was in that situation, I would wear a mask. But I mean, wasn't like at an outdoor concert ever.
That was my thing. I was like, let's just remove all the variables. Mm-hmm. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not having people over. I'm not going to a restaurant.
Portland did not play around. There were people walking around. I mean, besides the homeless people, but there were people walking around with masks on. And
but if you're in like a crowded city,
it's like super.
It was not super busy. Like it looked really dead. It looked like downtown Cleveland on a regular day. Like there weren't that many people out. And
no, but Portland is also like super, super left, super woke, super everything. We were watching Portlandia last night because we finished Big Mouth. We were binging Big Mouth and finished it, and I just kind of started watching Portlandia, and I'm really hot and cold on Portlandia. Like ground level, I think it's funny, but it's so friggin' obtuse that like you can't sit there and guffaw and have a good time with it. But I was like, I wonder if living in Portland would either be awesome or insufferable. and probably insufferable. Yeah.
I went to Portland and Seattle back to back, and I didn't like Portland as much as I liked Seattle.
Why is that?
I don't know.
Well, Seattle's just a cooler city in general, I think, but
the vibe of it, everything felt. I mean, I'm a liberal person, but everything felt so. Like I didn't know what I could say, and no matter what I did, I was going to offend somebody. Like I was nervous about what I was wearing. I was like, I don't know if this is acceptable here, or if our flared jeans signs of the right now.
In Portland, you mean?
Yeah, in Portland.
I feel like there should be like a bubble over that city because once
Nazi flare pants are triggering me.
I had no idea, or that's the other thing that it was like. It just felt like a very delicate city that you had to kind of tiptoe around when you were in shops and
that's no
things
fun.
Like that. Yeah,
like it's cool that you got a little enclave or whatever, and it's not a tiny town.
Yeah,
and not everybody thinks the same way, but Portland is a great example of a city where you're like, man, it's like you can be,
yeah.
If you're
too much.
hyper woke, nobody's paying attention to you anymore, thus kind of defeating the purpose of what you're trying to do.
I was also there doing comedy, so those feelings felt more like
amplified.
I don't know what I can say to you people. And it was funny because the comedy that they tended to like was very silly, like nothing that had to do with any type of politics or this or that. It was just really off the wall, random topics seemed to be what got the biggest reactions out there. Because I'm like, well, yeah, that's the stuff that's not really going to offend anybody. But it did feel like, oh man, am I allowed to? Can I say, hey, girl, to the girl? I don't want to assume a gender and then get canceled. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Get canceled from never coming back to Portland again.
Right.
Oh, darn. I was one and done in the PDX, baby. But, so somebody texted me, Joe Rogan's a problem for Spotify like LeBron's a problem for the NBA. It's very true.
Yeah.
Very true.
Why is he a problem for Spotify?
Well, he's not. I mean, listen, you're going to have some people that are checking him out for the first time,
I actually like Joe Rogan. I don't like his politics, but he's entertaining.
I was always just kind of indifferent to him. I never thought of him one way or the other. I remember him on Fear Factor. I never thought his stand-up was all that amazing. I mean, it was a lot of kind of bro comedy, which is fine. I mean, there's a lane for that. I liked him on news radio, but I've never heard the podcast and... but he gets good guests. I mean, it's a huge, huge show. So people want to do it. People will go on there and get heat. They'll be like, how could you? And they're like, it's the number one biggest show.
Yes.
Why would you not
careers.
do that? Yeah, why would you not do that? Even if you're an established person. I mean, clearly he's having some conversations that, people can speak freely, and that's fine, and that's the point of the whole thing. I think when you get into this area, though, where you've read so much that you kind of figure, you go, well, here's what you should do. That's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
And I'm not necessarily saying he's doing that. And I also just think that there's some people that are resistant to whatever he does.
Yeah.
Who
whatever
just don't,
he says, do the
yeah,
opposite.
right,
Yeah,
whatever, It's like the Tucker Carlson thing. People are still flipping out about Tucker Carlson on Fox News telling people that if their kid is wearing a mask, you should call the cops because it's child abuse. Right. If you see a kid in a mask outside, now obviously he's
Halloween, they're going to be busy. Busy.
He's performing something over there at Fox News. I don't know. But it is interesting to, what happened to my body, my choice? That was the whole thing with the masks with MAGA types, right? My body, my choice. Well, then, if these people want to wear masks,
raise your kids.
Why are you telling people to harass people wearing masks? What about don't tread on me? That's another big one, right? Don't tread on me. What, if people want to wear masks, who cares? These guys are like, when will we get what we want after doing literally nothing to help? Like, okay, well, I'm not quite clear on where you're coming from here, but...
My uncle, probably one of the biggest MAGA guys in my family other than my brother, he lived in California, they lived in a trailer park, and he was the guy who was just every talking point of the right. It was all over him and his wife's Facebook. And screw your masks, it's my freedom, you can't take it away. And then I'm not getting the vaccine, it's too new, population control. Like literally every single crazy conspiracy theory, these guys are preaching it. And he has COVID right now, and he's in the ICU with COVID pneumonia. And he just posted on his Facebook yesterday about how everyone needs to go get vaccinated. And I'm just like...
I'm surprised.
Well,
most people who feel that way Most people who are that
he's coughing up blood, and it took getting to that point for people like him to realize that.
But some people that didn't even change their mind.
It makes me so sad.
Plenty of those MAGA types that are like, well, whatever,
natural selection.
Literally 2 weeks ago, they were starting their trip, and they were talking about the vaccine. It's like, nope, you can have my dose. I'm not going to be some guinea pig experiment. Blah 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 blah. And then I'm like. It just is like I wish it didn't have to get to such extremes.
300 million people worldwide. I don't want to be the guinea pig.
Right.
The guinea pig. And they don't believe in natural selection. They're talking about Jesus.
No, they do believe in natural selection.
What's that?
They do believe in natural
selection.
No, they
convenient
don't.
Selection of whatever their talking point is.
Not in the actual true sense of what natural selection is. That would involve evolution and other things. They don't believe in that.
But they say if you die, then you weren't fit to survive. So therefore,
that's a very narrow and juvenile view of natural selection.
I'm like, okay, well then allow me to have my abortion. Like this baby wasn't meant to live because I don't feel like it. I want to go out.
Poundcake have his abortion, will you? Please.
It was natural selection. I selected that day and time to have my abortion.
Listen,
we don't need your nanny state keeping Poundcake from having his abortion.
I feel like you could turn someone pro-choice. Like I don't want that.
This guy can't. No, he cannot reproduce.
But also like these, I would imagine I kind of give those people the benefit of the doubt to the extent that deep in their brain, whatever they tell people they believe, deep in their brain, they know they were wrong. They know they were wrong.
Yeah.
And it's real hard for anyone to come to that conclusion. It's real hard for anyone.
It's really not.
To go, it is. It's
to
really.
Say you messed up and
Well, for some people,
I messed up. It's for a year I've been posting and preaching every day. And now I finally realize
and guess what, guys? My thinking has evolved. And now I can say, I don't think like that anymore.
That's fine.
That's not that hard to do.
It's hard to admit that they were wrong for so long.
It is hard for a lot of people to admit that they were wrong. I think that's just a human condition. It's hard because, especially like you said, if you've gone full tilt boogie on it, then to do a 180 and go, well, you know what? Some new information's come to light.
Right.
Because all of the information is very old now.
Mm-hmm.
We knew by like month 2 of this what you should and shouldn't do.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's weird. This company still syndicates the Rush Limbaugh show. Guy's been dead in the ground for 2 months, but they still run clips of him, and they have these hosts to set up these clips. And this guy's going on. We have him on in the men's room. I'm in there taking a dump the other day, and this guy's on there talking about the mask is about compliance and government overreach, and you have to comply. I'm like, you guys love compliance if it's black guys with the cops. What are you talking about? They're like, why? Compliance is, they think it's this magic pill or something.
The convenient selection where whatever they need their talking point to be, they'll just find the most convenient situation and go, oh, well, for me, I'm wearing a mask, that's not compliant. That's about freedom. And then, it's just.
But what a spectacular!
So
I'm listening to it and I'm going,
annoying.
What a spectacular cell phone.
Right.
You would have thought that while this guy was doing this
but they don't even get it.
Yeah, they do. Absolutely.
I don't think
these aren't children. They're grown adults who've got careers and they're professional broadcasters. Nobody's going to tell me they don't get it. Listen, at some point you'd think as the guy was doing this monologue, it would occur to him, he'd go, whoa, I'm making the exact opposite case that I would be making about something else. Because it was never about giving up your liberties. It was about countless excuses to not have to be inconvenienced. But my thought is, however you change your thinking, I don't care how you get there, right? If you come around to what's real and what's true, I don't care how you get there. It would have been nicer for you to have come to it sooner. But, if your uncle is like lying there coughing up blood, that sucks.
It sucks big time. It sucks on so many levels. It's one of those where it's like, I didn't personally know the guy super well, but I feel really bad for my mom, grieving my dad, and now going through this with her brother. It sucks that it took him to get to that point, to realize this is something that you should have been taking seriously the whole time. It sucks because my aunt is reaching out to me saying, like, I never knew what you guys were going through. And then, and then at the same time, I have a hard time with I told you so, and I've said that on here before, that I know it doesn't do any good, but it's really, really difficult for me not to be like, well, this is kind of what we've been saying the whole time.
Shut up, Nadine.
You know?
I don't want to hear from you.
No, but also that's kind of what I'm saying is like deep in their brain, they know.
And you don't have to say it. I know
Right.
that. But everything in, and I said it to my brother when we were all like really heightened, and I'm like, what else do you need? Dude, this is what we've been talking about the whole time. And it didn't help the situation. It started a fight. But it's hard for me there's just so many things at play when it comes to that kind of a situation where you want to be compassionate and you want to be like, okay, at least you did change your mind. It really sucks it took all this, but at the same time, like,
my brother's in the camp of it was made in the lab, it was man-made.
They were there too.
So therefore, it'll go away.
But here was my answer, but to anybody who said that. My answer was always, why does that matter?
It doesn't.
It doesn't matter at all where it came from. What matters is
it's killing people.
It's killing a lot of people.
And he was like,
and leaving a lot of people alive too. You know, our buddy Joe Nero, who was in our sales department. He had a real tough time over the past year. And I'm not on Facebook very often, but I saw that he had posted that he's doing a lot better, and I'm like so happy because that guy's just the best. But so a lot of people made it out the other side or whatever. But holy cow!
I mean, my brother had COVID,
and there are residual effects to it, even if you don't die.
Yes.
Like Jason Tatum, an NBA basketball player, has to use an inhaler now because he got COVID and it messed up his lungs a bit.
Wow.
There's COVID long haulers. That's what they call them.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Jeff.
Yeah.
What's going on, Jeff?
Yeah. People got to think a little bit out of the box. I mean, I have asthma. I mean, with a pollen count of like 9,000 or so, I feel more natural just wearing a mask just for that.
But but you probably didn't wear one before all this, right?
Pollen count is a lot much higher than it used to be, but I feel more natural wearing it now.
Yeah, I see.
It's
and you don't you don't look out of place.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I just recently, got out of quarantine, even though I had the first shot. So there's a lot of other things. And I was confused whether it was pollen count or whether it was COVID. But
yeah, right.
I'm glad I got the test.
So is it a myth? Because when I was a kid, I had a friend who had really bad asthma, and we always heard that you grew out of it. Is that a myth that people grow out of asthma?
You can, or you just don't have as many like attacks and stuff as you did as you were younger.
Jeff sounds like he's got a pretty hardcore.
Yeah, I would get to the point where I actually cough so bad I just start, vomiting, and then my nose would get really bad, and like I say, this year, when I'm finding out, it's like really high, like 9,000, and it's really confusing a lot of people.
Natural selection, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks for the call. I got a chiropractor waiting for me.
All right, thank you, Jeff. He's gonna try to crack the asthma out of him with a lumbar realignment.
My older sister had really bad asthma growing up. I remember she had some kind of like a portable breathing machine she would use at home when she was like starting to have an asthma attack. It looked like an old Super Nintendo,
like
from
a
what I
CPAP
remember.
machine or something.
Something like that. But she was fine with it for years and years and years. And then when we went to Hawaii in 2018, her asthma was so bad it put her in the hospital for a few days when we were in Hawaii because of like the volcanic smog in the air. Her lungs were like, what the hell is this? And basically she couldn't breathe. She had to go to the ER.
Hey, Maria.
Hey, Alan.
What's going on?
So I was listening to you talk about Tucker Carlson, and I'm just so angry about the messaging with Fox News. My mom watches Fox News religiously, and she has COVID right now. Actually, my whole family got it. I'm the only one who's vaccinated out of them, and we've been afraid that my mom would get it here for a while, and she's really suffering from it and been in and out of the hospital, and she doesn't understand why. She doesn't get that this was that serious, and she's really, really regretting a lot of the decisions that she's made.
Well, listen, a lot of people were dancing between the raindrops. There were a lot of people that were like, chances are, they were operating from the perspective of, chances are, if I get it, I will live, because it's got like a 96% survival rate or something. But there's a lot of stuff that can happen between getting sick and dying that people, I guess, maybe didn't. And again, human nature, you're never going to be closer to something than when it happens to you. Mm-hmm. It just kind of sucks that people aren't a little bit more concerned with like, well, I want to help out however I can, and not necessarily, for all of the like right-wing nonsense about herd immunity. It was never about herd immunity, because the best way to get there is for everybody to try to diminish what's going on. So it was never about herd immunity, because we're never going to get there, because you still have a lot of people who are like, I'm not going to get vaccinated. Is your mom, is she in the hospital currently?
No, she's gone to the emergency room, but they're really only admitting people who are can't breathe,
Yeah.
But
How old is she?
She's high risk. She's 65.
She heavy?
She's a breast cancer survivor, heavy smoker for 40 years. And,
That'll do it, boy. She's checking a lot of boxes. Yeah. All right.
You guys got Mother's Day plans yet?
Yeah, we'll see. I'm currently 9 months pregnant, so.
Oh man! All right. Well, when you get to the 11th month, call me back, okay?
Okay.
Now, do you have to vaccinate your baby?
No.
Or does that come through if you're already vaccinated?
That kid comes out, they stick it right with a needle. All right, I got to take a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan
iHeartRadio app. Wherever you are, you can listen on the app there. We have a lot of bureau chiefs in the city of Atlanta. If you need some positive cop stuff, a lot of negative cop stuff. But if you're somebody who's clamoring for positive cop stuff, there's some wild body cam footage of these 5 cops in Atlanta who pull a guy having a seizure out of a burning car at the gas station. It's pretty wild. The video itself is uncensored, of course. They don't watch their P's and Q's trying to get something
out of a burning car.
Oh, golly, could you get over here, please? Could you bring the fudge and extinguisher with you?
Get him out, Sarge! Hurry up, Sarge! Seatbelt too! Radio, have fire, step it up.
Pretty wild video. Obviously, it's visual, but...
Wouldn't that be something if they pulled him out just to shoot him?
I'm saying. I was thinking the same thing. It'd be like a Reno 911 bit where they're like, get him out of it. It's like, oh, he's resisting.
He's having a seizure.
I feared for my life.
Hey, there's...
I was having a seizure. Ow, my arm.
Search and seizure, sir. Yeah.
Biting my tongue.
You what?
Biting my tongue.
I'm biting my tongue. Yeah, all right.
But no, just because I said what you were thinking, don't be...
I actually wasn't thinking.
I wasn't
it's funny.
either.
I was literally
wasn't
thinking that. I was just like, I'm not going to say it.
Yeah.
Well, excuse me.
Pull him out and just be like, pop, pop, pop.
I was fearing for my life. He made me...
He almost died from the fire. We didn't want him to die that way.
Yeah, it's pretty wild footage, though.
What do you mean? We're not supposed to shoot him. He's black.
It was smoke.
First of all, I don't know if the guy is black in the car. I don't know if he is.
Tell me, boss, you didn't want us to shoot a guy that was black.
I don't know that the guy's black. There was a lot of smoke in the car. I genuinely could not tell if the guy was black or not.
His hand was stuck in his pocket. I thought he was reaching for a gun, sir. I had to shoot him.
Hey, Heather. Hello, Heather. Hi. What's going on?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. I was listening to you guys talk about Joe Rogan, and I thought it might be interesting to you to know about a marital relationship where Joe Rogan was a factor.
Are you talking about your own?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
My husband listens to it religiously.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. I mean, I'm a fan, a little bit. But it got to the point where every morning I'm like, I don't want to wake up and listen to this guy. Voice.
Well, and here's the thing too. Listen, it's a massively popular podcast. I mean, that's why he made 9 figures
for sure.
to. But here's the thing too: is it's like, back in the first days of the internet, they were like, and even in radio, when radio started to, or when radio shows rather, were expected to start to integrate themselves with online content, they were like, you gotta get people's attention in the first 5 seconds, and so everybody is trying to figure out what can I do that's funny in 8 seconds. The guys like Rogan, they're doing like 3-hour podcasts. Like, who has that kind of time?
For example, my husband drives for work all day. He's a beer salesman.
That I get. I get
he's
that.
in the car all the time.
Yeah.
But it got to the point where, like, I just found, like, we would argue about it a little bit. I found inconsistencies in his logic, and this is the one as an example that kind of like grinded my gears the most. That he would have this guy, I forget his
Jordan Peterson.
Wrote a book called Sex It. Yeah, I know that guy.
Okay.
We had a little bit of a, I have a transgender family members and stuff. But Sex at Dawn.
Okay.
About like how the bonobo, but then Joe Rogan would also use the term slut a lot, and I'm like.
Again, I don't have problems. Yeah, I don't have problems with the.
But you promoted a book about like open relationships, and this is how like people started.
Listen, my thought is, I do a 4-hour show I do 20 hours a week, right? I don't know how often he does his show. Is it a weekly show?
I don't know. I've never listened to a full episode.
Okay.
To me, it seems like daily.
Well, for you, it is daily because your husband's listening all the time. But again, I don't. I know he's done hundreds of episodes.
3 hours.
Yeah, I don't know how often the show runs or whatever. Words don't bother me. You know what I mean? Whatever words people use, some people like them, some people don't. Words don't bother me. My thought is always, no one's forced to listen to anyone's show, you know? And
right, but if you keep hearing it
in the morning when I woke up.
Yeah,
no,
she's
I understand.
kind of forced to listen to
I
it.
mean other people. Yeah,
Yeah.
People who get really upset who've probably never heard his show. They're like, you know.
Oh yeah, I know, and that actually kind of opened my eyes, just because we've had this personal relationship. But sometimes when I say like, "Oh, I heard this on Joe Rogan," people are like, "No," and I'm like, he at least brings a lot of different perspectives. And it's interesting.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, and he has a kind of iconoclastic people on there. The Sex at Dawn, by the way, as I understand, is basically a book trying to show how, because of evolution, everybody should be able to cheat. I think how like monogamy's all made up, and it's
it was more like I think I've read it. I think it's been a while. It's been like 10 years or less than that. I don't know. But yeah, it was just more, it's biological, you know.
Yeah, monogamy is not the natural state of things, but we're living in a society here, and we're, you know, trying to make a go of it. So
I know, yeah.
It's all right. Well, but
Heather, would you say that Joe Rogan is a slut for different perspectives?
Is your husband a slut for Joe Rogan? Is what we're trying to find out.
I don't think so.
So
he listens to the whole spectrum. You
Yeah,
know?
good. All right.
But I mean, I don't think slut's a bad word. So.
Hey, listen, they're all just.
The way that Joe Rogan used it, I was like, oh, that doesn't sound right.
Yeah, well, okay, cool. Thank you, Heather.
You're welcome.
All right, there you go. There's Heather.
I think slut's a great word.
Slut?
Yeah.
I don't like
It's
that
just-
word.
It's just a funny word.
I never
to me.
liked it.
I don't think it's like I'm not into slut shaming or anything like that. But like, if Mary were like talking about someone and like I wouldn't call her, but if she's like, she's a slut, like I would giggle about
I feel
that.
like I'm indifferent to the word.
I like trollop.
Trollop is a great word. No, but slut to me feels really. It feels like a word that gets used before you know anything about anything. Like it's not a word that you use it in like the 6th grade or junior high.
Yeah, it's a very middle school word.
That's what I think.
Like she's a slut. She went to there.
She's
let
a
her kiss on the
slut.
tongue.
It's a gross word. She was Frenching in the back.
I feel like I used it more as an adjective than a noun. That I'd be like, oh,
slutty.
she dresses so slutty.
I like hussy.
Hussy.
I like
My
those
mom-
old school
my mom
hussy.
used hussy
You're
all
out there
the
dressed
time.
like a hussy. Love hussy. What
You
about
got-
tart?
you got your
Puta, tramp,
She
skank.
would say that all the time. She'd be like, your shorts up, your coochie, you look like a little hussy. I'm like, okay, mom.
So she didn't have a problem with coochie.
No, but hussy.
Right, yeah,
I didn't know
gotcha.
we could say coochie on
Skank.
on there.
Coochie?
Yeah.
It's so slangy. I mean, it's not a particularly a vulgar
Yeah,
word. I mean,
or
it's
really
changing my
derogatory.
Yeah.
Changing my
Really
sports
mean.
break.
What about strumpet? What about strumpet?
Strumpet's funny.
That sounds like something you eat, though.
Yeah.
I like strumpet. Trollop is good.
Trollop is my favorite.
Sometimes they're both.
Can I get that strawberry strumpet in the back? No, not that one. The one right. Yeah, that's my favorite kind.
The slutty one.
Yeah. Harlot.
Harlot's funny.
Harlot.
Scarlet woman.
Like a scarlet.
If you want to put a little Hester Prynne in it.
There was a gay.
What about whore? Slag, hoe, scrubber.
Or slore.
Skank's just.
That's
funny.
your favorite word.
It's
You
a
say
funny
skank
one.
a lot.
Do I?
Yeah.
Skank is funny because I heard it in wrestling.
That's your go-to word.
Skank?
Yes.
I don't recall hearing him
Yes.
say skank.
I don't feel like it's my go-to word.
Bill,
When you
switch
talk
it up
about
a
that
little bit,
type
will
of
you?
woman, yeah, you do. 100%.
I just think
you
it's a
have it
funny
in a
word.
joke.
Which joke?
When you're selling your merch. I can't drive past that gazebo because all I picture is you. I don't know if you can say that or not.
No.
Yeah.
Hand blasting a skank.
Yeah. Okay. I was like, I don't know if you can say that, but
People still use tramp.
I'm quoting somebody.
I know, but I guess maybe that's why I associate it with you. But I've
Yeah.
heard you say that word more than once.
No, I'm sure I've said it more than once. I think it's a funny word, but I wouldn't say it's like my go-to word.
She's kind of skanky. Yeah. Yeah, it is. You use that word a lot.
Wow. Skanky.
Like when I hear that word, I hear it in your voice.
Branding.
What does he do? Like a big act out or an accent or something?
Yeah.
He uses his butt like Ace Ventura.
Skank! Oh, wow.
Bring your skanky moms to see me May 7th through 9th at Hilarities. Clean show.
There you go.
Hello.
Hello, Bill.
Hey, who's this?
Bill, it's Wilhelmina.
Oh, hey. Haven't heard from you in a long time.
I haven't talked to you in a little bit, Bill. I figured I'd check in.
It's nice to hear from you. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Did you get all vaccinated, Bill?
I got all vaccinated. I'm 2 weeks out, over 2 weeks out.
2 weeks out, all right.
I'm feeling good.
That's good for you. That's good for everybody, really, from what I've been reading. I'm waiting to get my first shot.
Oh, you haven't even got one yet.
No, they broke a couple of needles.
What? They couldn't penetrate your skin?
I don't know. I'm not a doctor, Bill. I don't know. I trust the CDC. And so I don't know what's going on with them.
Can you explain a little further on how they tried to administer the shot and then the needles broke?
They first were just going to put it in my arm. I was sitting there, and they asked if I could put it in my arm, and I said yes. And then it didn't work, so then they had to put it in my toe. And as you know, I only have 9 of those.
Of course.
But then that one didn't work either. So they asked me to step aside so other people could get their shots.
Okay.
And if I could make another appointment. And so I had to make another appointment.
Well, I hope next time it works out, because it doesn't seem like they should have this much trouble unless you have like a real thick hide of some sort.
I don't know anything about that.
Sort.
I signed up at the Holstein Center. They told me
Maybe that's the problem. Maybe you went to the wrong place, because
Did I?
the Holstein Center sounds like it's for cows. You need to go to the Wolstein Center.
There was a lot of livestock there. That's true.
And there's your problem.
Oh, what the place you said?
Wolstein Center.
Oh, where's that?
It's downtown Cleveland.
Oh, that's where the Holstein Center was too.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Never been there. Never heard of it.
Well, that's valuable information, Bill. I was just calling because earlier I heard someone slamming the door, Bill. It was so loud.
Yeah, that would be Mary.
It was distracting for a second. I was listening to you talk. You were telling a funny story, Bill, as you usually are. And I hear a door slam. It took me right out of it.
Well, she's only been in radio for a few years,
That's
so...
all right. Okay. Who?
Mary, she's the girl on the show.
Erica?
The voice of reason.
Oh.
Erica's been off the show for a few years. It's been Mary for a while.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And she's slamming the doors in.
Yeah,
Okay.
she did slam the door.
Seems presumptuous, Bill.
Do you want to talk to her about it?
I do not. No.
Mary, you don't want to defend yourself?
Somebody that has such little regard for Bill Squire.
It's not even for me. It's for Alan, really.
Who?
The host of the show.
I don't know. I listen for you, Bill.
I know you do, and I appreciate it very much.
All right.
Are you going to come to my album recording at Hilarities?
Who listens to albums?
Solid question.
You recorded Bill.
Yeah, well, some people do.
Even I know. You're recording an album.
Yeah.
Are you taking a time machine back to 1967? What are you?
I would if I could.
I'm just playing with it, Bill.
Yeah, all right. Well, it hurts my feelings.
I would if I'm vaccinated by that. When is it?
May 7th, 8th, and 9th. Doing 3 different shows.
It's Mother's Day weekend, Bill.
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe you could come on Mother's Day and bring your mom.
My mom's dead.
Well, then don't bring your mom.
I'm not going to bring my mom.
Okay.
Yes.
Has your mom been passed away for a while?
She has.
How long ago?
35 years ago.
That's, I'm sorry to hear that.
That's all right. I was just a young thing when she died.
Yeah?
Yes.
May I ask how she passed away?
I pushed her down the stairs. I'm not proud of it, Bill.
Why'd you do that?
I thought we were playing, and I said, "Oh, Mom, you're crazy." And I hit her, and I slapped her, and she fell down the steps.
And it killed her?
It did.
And how old were you at the time?
I was probably 7. 7 or 8.
Wow. That's very tragic and sad.
It was a lot to take in for a mom.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was harder on her than it was on me.
Yeah, it sounds like.
That's right. But I do miss my mom.
Ah, well, it's a...
So Mother's Day for me is always a weekend of reflection. And I think about my own child.
I didn't know you had a child.
I've never met her, but I have one.
How long ago did you have a child?
About 35 years ago. About the same time my mom died, now that I think of it. It's very strange.
At 7 years old, you had a baby?
Bill, it was a different time. I'm just playing. When is your show? I'd love to come see your show.
May 7th, 8th, and 9th at Hilarities, downtown Cleveland. Probably not that far away from the Holstein Center.
That's true. I'm going to get my shot and I'm coming over and see your show.
Sounds good.
Is the door slammer lady going to be there too?
She is.
All right. Well, I'll come late. All right, well, anyway, yeah, I just want to check in and make sure everything's okay, Bill.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Good to hear from you. Bye.
Everything okay?
I'm getting grief from
You what?
Wilhelmina. I'm getting grief from Wilhelmina.
Grief?
Yeah.
You're getting guff?
Guff. Is that what it is? Don't give me guff about it?
Yes, don't give me
It's not
guff.
don't give me grief about it?
Grief's fine too.
Okay.
But I feel like grief has kind of a more negative quality to it, you know?
Yeah, it was pretty
someone
negative.
dies, when someone dies, you're not guffing, you're grieving, you know? But yeah, interchangeable.
I'm on my guff journey.
Yeah. Nobody likes taking guff, that's true. Any kind of puffery.
Mistake.
Huh?
One mistake.
If only. Listen, don't. Alan, so based on that math, Wilhelmina is only 4,243 years old. I don't know what that means, but I don't know.
35 years ago, her mom died. 35 years ago, she was 7.
So she would be in her early 40s.
Yeah.
Right. Floozy. Oh, that's a great word.
Floozy's a good one.
Floozy. Some bleach blonde floozy sitting on the end of your bed in some cheap motel room. Thought is still around.
I called my boyfriend a pervert the other day, and it made both of us laugh.
You're a pervert.
Yeah.
Why?
We were like in the kitchen just making dinner or something, and he like flashed me, and I was like, "Put that away, you pervert!" Like that. We both started.
He
laughing.
flashed you while you were making dinner?
Yeah, just silly, you know, like
yeah, sure.
Gotcha,
yeah.
You know.
This dish doesn't call for sausage, that kind of thing. Yeah, I understand.
Right.
I like pervert as a verb.
Yeah?
Perverting justice.
Oh.
I like that.
To pervert.
There was a pervert perverting justice by being a pervert. Yeah, it is a good word, though.
Why don't you just shorten it to perv?
Some people do. Yeah, get out of here, you perv.
Being all pervy.
Merv the perv. Fornicatress, is that a real word?
Seductress.
Seductress, yes.
That was popular with Monica Lewinsky.
She's a seductress.
She seduced. How powerful is she? She seduced the most powerful man in the world. That's some killer poon right there.
Is it, though?
Killer.
He just, yeah, as I understand, he's still alive. But she was just there. Every working guy knows what that is.
That's
she
a
was
proximity-based
just there.
situation.
That's right. She was emotionally malleable, and she was there. If it hadn't been her, it would have been somebody else. In that, the stories they would tell, like during that time, you know, when that was on the news all the time.
Trying to make it seem like it was all her fault.
No. Well, yes, that was a huge part of it because obviously he's the president and they're going to go to great lengths to protect him. But just the stories about like the details, like they were in this sad little side room off the Oval Office. He was like, ugh, gross.
I mean, it's still the White House. How sad could it be? It's still like a White House.
Did the bragging rights for the rest of your life. You did the president of the free world.
Yeah, she really liked to brag about that. It ruined her life. Yeah. She had good bragging rights. Okay, well, I got a break. Sam Morril is very funny. He's going to do hilarities this weekend. Bill's the host. And we'll catch up with him. I'm going to have more money for you around 4:30. That'll be your next chance to go fund yourself. I have a keyword that could get you $1,000. So listen for that. And I'm going to have those incarceration passes for you after this break as well. That's going off in September out in Mansfield with Mudvayne and Rob Zombie and Slipknot and many, many more. So if you want to get those weekend passes, we'll do those coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
right, we get back to live music this fall. The Incarceration Music and Tattoo Festival is back at the Mansfield Reformatory, September 10, 11, and 12. So they got Slipknot for your first night headliner, the Reunited Mudvayne for night 2, Rob Zombie night 3, and then 50-plus other bands between Mastodon and Chevelle and Killswitch Engage, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So, 3-day weekend passes for you. You can go to incarceration.com for all the details. I think it's a website. These passes here for you. Good luck. Caller 10. These are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
35192 if you want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com, all the other stuff if you want to watch. Cavaliers tonight. The pregame starts at 6:30 and they tip off downtown against the Magic at 7 o'clock here on WMMS. Sam Morril is doing the weekend at Hilarities. He's doing Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Bill Squire is your host, correct?
Correct.
There you go. And Sam, how are you?
I'm good, man. How you guys doing?
I feel like I knew Sam's name, but I'd never spoken to him. And I feel like over the last year, do you feel like over the last year, because you were just constantly cranking stuff out, do you feel like in the last year, more people kind of became aware of you, or were you just kind of doing whatever you had to do, man, to keep yourself from going crazy?
A little bit of both.
Yeah.
You know, like, what are you going to do? I mean, it's a pandemic, so I'm like, well, I'm going to do what I can. I mean, that's why you do stand up on a roof. You know, it wasn't plan A, you know? So, yeah, I've been at it about 15 years, so I think it just takes people a while to know you as a stand-up, but, yeah, it seems like people are coming out more than ever.
But you also really, I think, were really availing yourself of social media in a way that a lot of other comics weren't. There were other guys that were like, well, I guess I'll just wait until we can go back out again. That's obviously where they felt most comfortable. But you really made amazing use of like Instagram and YouTube and all this stuff where you were just constantly putting yourself in front of people.
Well, you can't really wait for the industry to hand you stuff. I think a lot of young people have a sense of entitlement where they're like, I deserve this. And like, yeah, we all feel that. No one's going to say I'm overrated, you know, even people that are overrated. So yeah, you gotta make your own stuff. And I've always looked at it this way, like we're in a time where I feel a special's ready and I don't want to overcook it. I'm going to shoot it myself. I don't need to wait for Netflix or HBO to tell me I'm good enough. I see some of the comics they think are good enough, and I disagree.
Yeah, of course, respectfully disagree, yeah.
Name names.
Yeah, but it's also, it's one of those things, too, where it's like, you know, you mentioned people feeling entitled to things. I always thought that it was kind of more motivating if, not to make you psycho about it, but I always thought it was more motivating if you kind of thought in the back of your brain, I don't know if I deserve this or not. So I'm going to do the best that I can do to kind of, you know, show people that I do rather than tell them that I do.
Of course, yeah. The fans and the people who enjoy the stuff speak louder than any deal, right? You do this. There are people that do this. Like it's a weird time in comedy where really Netflix seems to be the only thing that moves the needle for you as a stand-up, other than YouTube. So, in a sense, you take that money from HBO or Comedy Central, or you know, Comedy Central put mine on their YouTube, and that really blew it up.
Right.
But if it's on TV, like I did 2 Comedy Central specials on TV, and like talk about flushing something down the toilet. You know, it's like you get the money, but it's like watch my special at 11 p.m. on Friday, and then never see it again, and you're like, wow, what is this? 1887? You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. That's not how people consume. I meant 1987. There was not television.
I figured you knew more than I did. Who knows?
Stand up in 1897.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, so I mean, you have to find ways for people to see it, and it isn't a weird. It feels like you're getting a bribe for people to never see your material if you take the money. So you
right.
Take the money. Unless you're on Netflix, in which case you get the money and the exposure.
Yeah. They got to make room for South Park reruns over on Comedy Central.
But you also write at a very high rate where you are always churning out good, funny jokes, whether it's topical stuff or just something that, is something that you think is funny. You're very good about having that turnover, which I think helps when you can put something out that's timely, and it might be just something that works well on your Instagram for a week or two, but you're not afraid to just put that out there and let it exist in that space.
Yeah, I'm very unhappy, and I think...
But what about the Knicks? You have to be happier now.
I'm going tonight. That's been a pleasant distraction. I love, the Knicks are they're making me so happy right now. But I just feel that I always think comedy will fill the hole. I'm calling this tour the Hope I'm Still Good at This tour, and it's really not. This year is going to be dedicated to zero self-growth. It's really just going to be me trying to get my comedy skills back. Like I tried to do therapy again in the pandemic. It was a waste of time because I was already losing. I'm like, okay, 1 hour a week, great. I'm still spiraling the rest of the week, so I'm just going to go all in and go out pretty much every weekend of the year and try to get good at comedy again.
So it's more, I was going to ask actually, going back out into the clubs, it's more a matter of, I wasn't sure if you were doing it to kind of sharpen everything or if you were doing it to prep for another new hour.
Well, yeah, the plan is to have a new hour by the end of the year. It's a big goal. I don't know if I could do it, but I'd love to have a new, at least something that could be developed into a killer hour by the end of the year. We'll see. I mean, it's good to set big goals, and if I can get it, great. If not, I'll keep cranking away like that. I'm always going to do this. I'm never going to not do stand-up.
Right.
So, and it's kind of it's a weird time where I'm a little rusty. The crowd is a little out of practice too. I mean, you see, they're really, some crowds are hammered to the point that I'm like, oh, you haven't been out enough either.
Right.
We're all just getting back to this.
You're all getting your footing together, which is going to make for some great shows and make for some awful shows.
And that's kind of the best because, there's something about, look, I did a special on rooftops. Sometimes you have to embrace the ugliness that is stand-up, and we're better than outdoors on a roof with honking horns. You're like, this is kind of what that makes you realize what a bare bones, bottom tier art form stand up is, where you're like, I can do this on a roof. You can't do most art forms on a roof.
Yeah, Broadway had to shut down completely because there's no way to stage that on a smaller scale. All you need is a microphone and for people to be able to hear you.
Yeah, there's no Les Mis on a terrace. I don't think. To shut it down, right?
Although you might want to start hammering that out. You give them a treatment, there might be something there.
I feel so much for Broadway actors, man, because that's already the toughest job, and they're already kind of underpaid.
Yeah,
and literally, I go on drunk. So I mean, what an unfair situation they're in right now. I can't wait till they're back. The city needs it.
When you did Up on the Roof, were there hoops you had to jump through, or were you just like, screw it, we're going to be on the roof, we're outside, this is fine?
Yeah, something went wrong every night. It was exhausting.
Yeah.
It's already stressful to be shooting, but I've got a director, my friend Matt Salakis directed it, and he's literally he's looking at this through the lens of a filmmaker. So he's like, you need to start exactly at 6:15 as the sun is setting. And I'd be like, hey Matt, there's 4 people here, so we're not going to start
yeah,
yet.
I'm not worried about losing the light. There's nobody here.
Exactly. Or there would be he'd be like, we got to use this joke. The lighting's perfect, and I'm like, cool. It's bombing, dude. The joke's not going to So we'd be. I'm like, I'm glad that it looks good, but you hear the lack of laughter. So we'd be arguing about stuff a lot. But he's a close friend. So it's nice to have someone you can have a real argument with who you respect.
You probably also never considered that your jokes had to be properly lit.
Exactly. It was, that was all him. He made it look really cool. I mean, a lot of those shots looked like, I can't believe how cool they looked. And that was all him. He brought a friend, Dominic Mull, who brought a drone with him. So I'm just telling jokes one night, and I see a thing start flying. I'm like, am I about to get killed? What the hell is it's a drone.
Nothing distracting about that.
It was well, we had a loud one. Then he's like, "Yeah, that's distracting. I'll get a quiet drone." I'm like, "You could have had a quiet drone all along."
He opted for the loud one.
Well, it was crazy. There were people. There were neighbors heckling. I mean, there were so many weird. I mean, it's kind of like I'm glad I did it just because it's going to be a time capsule. Like I was nervous, maybe like 3 or 4 months people won't care about it, but I think in like 10 years I'll look back and be like, man, it's cool I did something during, I think, hopefully what was the worst year of all our lives.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I'm glad you did it too. Sam Morril is doing hilarities this weekend. I do not recommend that you miss him when he's there. He's doing Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Bill is your host for those shows. You can go to pickwickandfrolic.com, find one of his specials or all of them and watch them, and they're fantastic. I'm happy for you that you're getting back out there, man, and good luck with everything, okay?
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me, guys.
All right, brother. Take care.
I'll see you Friday, Bill. All right,
see you then, man.
All right, there's Sam Morril. Pickwickandfrolic.com again for those details on those tickets. And if you want to get yourself $1,000 right here, you can do it. Good luck. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword JOY at WMMS.com. That's JOY. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
We've talked before about the potentially worst ways to die, worst places to die, worst times to die. There's a woman in San Diego, a 29-year-old woman, her parents' only child. I think her mother might be dead, but her dad is still around. She's 29. Her name was Taylor Kale, and she was on a date. This just happened a couple of days ago. She's walking through the East Village in San Diego with a date when a guy who jumped off a building landed on her and killed her.
Oh, no.
Did he survive?
No.
The guy who jumped?
He's like, I'm trying to kill myself, lady. What are you doing?
Hey, lady, move that dog.
So imagine you're the guy on the date.
That's crazy.
You watch this girl, like there's that 2 or 3 second thing, like the first scene of The Boys.
Yeah.
Where he's holding his girlfriend's hands and A-Train comes through.
Man,
yeah.
That's so sad.
Killed in a freak accident when they were walking, and a guy jumped off of a parking structure that they were walking next to. He had been hanging off the railing on a 9th floor balcony before dropping to the ground. He was pronounced dead at the hospital. The girl was dead at the scene.
The guy that she was on a date with was probably like, I don't get very many second dates. You're probably going to be the first. Hey!
It's a cute girl, though. I mean, but what a bananas way.
Now I got to reinstall my Tinder. Damn
That's
it,
insane.
man.
Reinstall my Tinder.
I think that's one of those things where if you are going to jump off something, I think it's,
He was hanging, so he just dropped. So
Right.
he probably wasn't looking down.
Yeah.
Would
But
be
I'm saying,
my
like,
guess.
don't, like, go over water or something, or, like,
No, he
off
wants
a
to
bridge.
die. See,
this is
But
exactly why.
But you jump off of a bridge. I don't know.
This is exactly why I have anxiety.
If you jump into water, you might just break your legs, and then you can't swim. But like if you jump
But then
onto
you die,
concrete,
but then you don't kill somebody else. What I'm saying is, like, be conscious of the fact that you could hit somebody else.
I don't think they're thinking about that.
Well, he should have.
Because now he's a murderer and he murdered himself. Like, at least murder yourself. Don't murder somebody else. Imagine that.
I don't think he was aiming for her.
I don't think he was aiming for her, but I think there is always that possibility, especially in a city like New York,
Okay,
that people
but
are going to be on the street.
Listen to your logic. You're thinking someone who is so deranged and so broken that they're going to take their own life. You think that they're thinking of other people?
Yeah, well, because I know that if I was going to kill myself, which I have thought about in my lifetime, I would not jump to a place where I could land on somebody else and kill them.
Yeah, but he's also probably thinking it's a Sunday night. It's late.
Listen, I get it, but it's one of those things where
Poundcake talks
be
about cheating
considerate.
Respectfully.
Yeah.
You should respectfully kill yourself.
Yeah.
Yes.
You should suicide respectfully.
Make sure you lay towels down in case there's any, like, spillover.
Towels?
Like,
he was on the 9th floor balcony.
I'm saying, like, there's various ways to kill yourself, Alan. I'm just saying. Like, you can leave a note. You can, set an alarm to call someone.
Set an alarm to call someone.
To call someone so they know,
Yeah.
like, okay, you have to come clean this up before I start to stink. There's respectful ways to do a lot of things.
Wait. You set an alarm for your phone to call someone?
Yeah. Like Siri. Oh, I guess I'm not going to say it because some people will.
Pre-recorded message? Is that what?
You could do that, but, like, it won't stop. Music won't stop playing until someone comes into the room and, come and find me. Because I'll be stinky and my head probably be all swollen.
Well, she had just moved in with her dad because he had had some minor surgeries and he was his only child. She was his only child. So, yeah,
So
but
sad.
what a crazy, crazy way to go.
Was he a big fat guy?
And it's never people that are like, or it's very rarely people that are like, yeah, it sucks, but, she was kind of a pain in the ass, and, she was a floozy. It's always somebody who's like, everyone who ever met her says she's the greatest person they ever met.
That's why you got to be a little bit awful to people. Just so.
Is that
so
why?
that when you die, people go, well, good
riddance. No, you have a nice long life because the good always die young. You can't be all good. Got to steal a couple things, sell a couple drugs.
That's a cliche and a song title, but it's not necessarily true.
Got to have a little edge to you.
She was something special, said one of her friends. God just needed her sooner.
See?
Yeah.
God can wait for me.
Yeah, see?
God can wait.
Hard to believe in God under those circumstances. God needed her to be killed by someone committing suicide. Very much in his divine plan. Yeah, right. Yeah, his finger on the pulse of the whole world. She was adopting dogs, and she was doing volunteer work, and blah, blah, blah. But boy, think of that guy she was on the date with. Not a boyfriend, a date. A guy, and who knows, first, second, third, who knows?
PTSD from a date.
Wow. That's a PTS date. Yeah, it's pretty wild.
It's like, so, oh my God, Brian, I can't believe you're single. Like, you're such a catch. What happened to your last girlfriend? Well, see, I wasn't going to talk about this on the first date, because every time I talk about bad things, no, wait, that chandelier's falling.
Oh, you think it's
Final
this guy?
Destination date style?
He's like the bad luck Charlie. Like, every time he goes on a date with a girl,
she dies.
Freakishly, there's a chandelier or a waiter drops like a beer, and it lands on her, and it sheds into her.
Too much pound cake.
What is he doing?
You can die from a beer shedding into you.
A beer shedding into you.
Too much pound cake.
Like the glass cuts her and she bleeds out. I don't know.
They're walking down the street and you just hear, and his name is John Cena. Oh, no. You don't want that.
Can't see me.
Mm-hmm.
So traumatic.
Like that movie In Bruges. You ever see In Bruges where the guy jumps out of the tower? He drops some coins first so people get out of the way. Makes a little bit of a noise there.
There you go. That's one way to do it.
Sam does sound like Jim Florentine on the phone, by the way. Some people mentioning that he sounds like...
Yeah, he's got that same
kind of raspy thing.
I didn't realize he was so cute.
Sam Morril.
Mm-hmm.
And he comes from like a performing family, too. I think his dad was an actor. His mom's a really renowned painter. And yeah. Alan, did you guys mention Tramp? We did mention Tramp, yes.
Bimbo?
Homewrecker? That's a whole different... Bimbo? I don't think Bimbo is like a slut. Bimbo...
like a hot, stupid girl.
Implies somebody's stupid.
Yeah.
But like the slut, tramp, trollop thing, that's a very specific type of thing. Town bicycle? The Village Bicycle?
My dad and my
There used to
sister.
be a band in Cleveland called the Village Bicycle. I'm like, it was all girls. I go, that's the funniest name for a band I've ever heard in my life.
My dad and my sister used to make fun of me when I was going through a significantly slutty phase, and I would complain about like going out with guys once and us hooking up. And
Do you mean a significantly skanky phase, Mary?
Skanky, sorry.
Please.
Yeah, come on.
Brandon.
I'm trying to remember if this was after my high school sweetheart and I broke up, or after I think it was after my engagement got called off.
How many sweethearts did you have?
2.
Wow. A high school and a regular one?
Yeah. And my dad one time said that it was like I was on a merry-go-round of D. And then whenever I complained about men after that, he just went like this and would move his hands up and down in a circle like a merry-go-round. I'm like, Dad, like you
A
can't.
merry-go-round of D.
Mhm. So I'd complain or something, and he would just shake his head and just put his
Do the
fingers
merry-go-round
up and
dance.
down.
Yeah.
Like, you're the worst.
Dad, I'm going to stop having these guys come to the door to pick me up, all right? Yeah. God can only wait until Poundcake's 35. That's a good point. He's only got a few more years left.
And who says I'm seeing God? He's like, you get a straight ticket to hell. Express pass, homie.
Like, why am I going to hell, God? Because you ate on your podcast, and that's a mortal sin.
Al, my sister had a guy jump off a bridge over like a highway overpass and land on the car in front of her.
Yeah, that's a bad way to do it.
Yeah, it's not good.
Bro.
It could hurt other people.
That's not what they're thinking about.
I've got to take another break. If you want to get a text in here, 35192 to send me a message there. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Checks.
stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, your Cleveland Cavaliers are taking on the Indiana Pacers on Monday, May the 10th at the Romo Fijo downtown. It's presented by Tito's Handmade Vodka, Cleveland Amplified Rock and Roll Hall of Fame night. So all throughout the game, they're going to be celebrating Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees, exclusive digital and in-game content. So a lot of stuff going on that night. Cavs.com if you need more details. Monday the 10th, week from this coming. Cavs, Pacers, downtown. If you're caller 10, I'll give you this pair of tickets here. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
From the center of the football universe for the 2021 NFL Draft, this is The Buzzard, reminding you that Pittsburgh's big and Steelers fans eat of for breakfast. MMS.
Mo, what were they trying to say there?
Pittsburgh fans are, when it comes to football, are disingenuous and bad people.
Bunch of trollops they are.
Yeah.
All right. Cavaliers play the Magic downtown tonight at 7 o'clock. The Indians really greased up and grabbed ankle, boy. That game just ended against the Minnesota Twins, which are not a good baseball team. 10-2 was the final. The Businessman Special downtown this afternoon at Progressive Field. The final score, the Minnesota Twins 10 and the Cleveland Indians 2. Cold bats down there, cold bats. And so they'll start up the weekend series in Chicago against the White Sox Friday. But the Twins were hoping to avoid the sweep, and boy, did they. They made up for lost time. They scored more than they did today in the previous two games. Because it was 7-4 Indians yesterday and 5-3 Indians on Monday. So 10-2 the final there. First of three in Chicago at Guaranteed Rate Field, which still sticks in my throat when I say it, is 8-10 on Friday. Milwaukee Bucks, by the way, says that they will give people in attendance the Pfizer vaccine to fans 16 and up who are going to see them play the Nets on Sunday. They're going to get Sidney Moncrief to personally administer that. They're going to wheel Kareem out, and they're going to put the mask on him. They're going to sit you down and go, do you consent to receive the Pfizer vaccine? Yes,
Boom,
I do.
there you go.
Boom. So the Milwaukee Bucks, if you are one of our bureau chiefs in the city of Milwaukee or thereabout, and you're a Bucks fan, and here are the three boxes. You listen to the show on iHeartRadio. You are a Milwaukee resident. You are a Bucks fan. You want the vaccine but have not yet gotten it. Boy, I mean, there's a lot of... You want to talk about hoops to jump through.
Now, is it going to be like a guy with a hot dog or a beer? Vaccine! Get your vaccine! Get the vaccine!
Yeah. Let's go, vaccine!
We got to get back going!
Yeah, right. No,
Let's go! Let the vaccine!
They'll have whoever the mascot is run up there. I bet it's a buck.
Mm-hmm.
At the Fiserv Forum. I think that's where the Bucks play. The Fiserv Forum. So, yeah, that's something to consider. You know, there are all kinds of different ways to get the vaccine. Why is that one any worse than any other? You go, I want to combine two of my favorite things, getting vaccinated and the Milwaukee Bucks. So that's what they're going to do. There was a guy, by the way, a lot of people are asking me if I've talked about the FBI raiding Rudy Giuliani's apartment. I have not talked about that because what do I have to add to that? But he is having a very bad day. And this is a guy, by the way, boy, you think you've had a bad day, but then you got to remember, this is a guy who was sleeping with his cousin for like a decade and a half.
Married his cousin.
There are other bad days that Rudy Giuliani can have.
Why was he sleeping with his cousin?
Because it was his wife.
He wanted to have sex with her.
I didn't. That was
I didn't know
information I
that
didn't know. Yeah. Why did? But there was no other options, or
I don't think he knew.
Oh.
I think he discovered it, but I don't think it stopped him.
He was already too far in. He's like, well, I can't undo it.
Too far in. Yeah. So, the FBI raided Rudy Giuliani's apartment this morning as part of their criminal probe into Rudy Giuliani and Donald Trump and blah, blah, blah. So I'm sure there'll be more info on that coming, though. But on the topic of the vaccine, it's not just at a federal level. You've got all of these people at the state and local level who haul these Department of Health people in front of them and then ask them a bunch of QAnon questions, and these people are supposed to sit there with a straight face, and answer them. Orange County, California. We've got bureau chiefs out there. Not exactly a bastion of liberalism. Orange County. There's a member of the Orange County Board of Supervisors who sat a local healthcare guy down in front of him and was grilling him about the tracking devices in the vaccine.
I think that's the lamest one.
The tracking device.
The tracking device thing. It's just...
Especially when everybody's walking around with cell phones.
Right. They have our information. We give it to them willingly. It's called terms and agreement.
Terms of service.
Terms of service, like...
iTunes. Yeah. Netflix.
We're not reading all that
your
stuff.
Your bank account.
Like, that's the thing. People think there's this big conspiracy theory. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's something that we're agreeing to because we don't feel like reading it all. It's all there. They're paying attention to us. They're selling our information. They have it all.
Yeah, that's the business model, by the way. We've willingly submitted already to the surveillance culture. We're already in it. We're filming each other all the time, ourselves.
We got doorbell cams everywhere. There's security cameras everywhere. We're surveilled. They know where we're at. They know what we like. They know what we're browsing. It's all there. We've agreed to it.
It's only at the patient's request.
That's correct.
Does it? Is there any intention of tracking folks?
Nope.
Is there any in the
I like how he just keeps going. Doctor goes, nope. Next question, please.
And also, they don't want to track anything because your life's so interesting and they're afraid of what you're up to. They just want you to buy stuff.
I've still never understood, even if you're one of those QAnon dopes, I've still never understood why you think they want to track us. I mean,
mind control, man.
It makes for a sexy conspiracy theory to say we're being tracked, but you never have anyone explain the end game of that. To what end are we being tracked? The New World Order. Okay, and what is that? What does that mean to you? It's when the elites, okay, you're getting all the buzzwords in there, but again, logically, where does all this go? Well, we'll be all... Well, then, how are they going to sell things to us if we're all dead? If this is a murderous vaccine, what? You're going to kill all your customers?
They just want everyone to follow them and make sure they're compliant. Make sure you follow my channel on YouTube, and you'll get all the stuff that you need to know so that you're not following them.
Yeah.
YouTube being a big tech company, by the way.
Correct.
Does it? Is there any intention of tracking folks?
Nope.
Is there any in the vaccine? We heard about an injection of a tracking device. Is that being done anywhere? In Orange County?
I'm sorry, I just have to compose myself. There's not a vaccine with a tracking device embedded in it that I know of exists in the world. Period.
By the way, sir, I thought that the quick nope would have gotten you off the scent, but you remain undeterred. So my answer doesn't change just because you found another way to pose the question. But yeah, are people being tracked? Nope. Is there a tracking device in the vaccine? No. Are people doing? Is there a way to follow what? Nope. Are there tracking devices in the syringes? And then nope. Are there
the Band-Aids that they put on us after?
Everybody's walking around with Fitbits. Yeah. And by the way, I think I'm already off Team Fitbit.
Should got the Apple Watch.
I did it for a couple of weeks, and I'm just kind of like, I don't think I need this. Like, it's cool and everything, but okay. You
what
know,
do you want from it?
Well, I wanted to play with it, and I want to see if it was something that I would find useful, which it fundamentally is. It is useful, but I'm like, I don't need to know my resting heart rate all the time. I mean, it's like it buzzes your arm if you got to get more steps in. I mean, those things are cool. I don't need it. I was doing fine without it. I bought one just to see. I was like, well, maybe this is going to be something I'll really like, because Gwen was like, you're not going to become one of those Fitbit guys, are you? I go, I don't think so. But there was just
a Fitbit guy.
Well, people are checking it all the time. I mean, guys and girls.
me too, yeah.
I'm 100% that person.
Yeah, and I'm like, I'm not so.
I checked my blood oxygen like 2 minutes ago.
But for what?
So annoying.
Because I felt like I couldn't breathe.
But that's just one of those things where people check it because it's there.
Yeah.
Not because they're curious. Gee, did you ever think about your blood ox level before COVID?
No,
Never
but there
once.
were times when I felt like I couldn't breathe, and now my watch tells me that I can, and that makes me feel better.
But you knew you could breathe because your lungs were operating properly. You need your watch to tell you that you were breathing.
That I was breathing at 100%.
Anywho, all I'm saying is
I'm not there. I just like to know how many steps I take.
These are things that you put on, and then you feel compelled to check them all the time because you spent money on it. And you want to. So it is cool. I may put it back on and play with it a little bit longer. I did drop some coin on it, but I'm definitely not Fitbit guy. It's cool. I mean, it buzzes your arm instead of your phone alarm waking you up. It'll buzz your wrist, and it'll sleep track you, which I still think is a little hinky. I think they're kind of over-promising on that technology. But you got to do that for like a month so that you can see a record of it. You can, So, and there's some things that like you have to do on the app and other things, at least the one that I bought. I didn't get like this high-end Fitbit. So I'm like, if it sucks, I'm not spending a ton of money on it.
Yeah.
But I realize people are walking around with the Apple Watch doing the same thing. But I'm like, again, I don't need an Apple Watch. I just don't.
Okay.
So, some people get a lot out.
Yeah. I love it. I absolutely love my watch. It's the best thing. I'm like, how did I live before I had this?
And you love it. Why? Because
I'm serious.
But because it's telling you that you're breathing okay.
Well, no, that helps. That helps for the anxiety and stuff like that. But just being able to do everything that I need to do on my watch is awesome. And like being able to work out and not have my phone on me, but still feeling safe enough to be able to make phone calls,
I see.
things like that.
Yeah, that's a huge thing.
It's so huge.
Well, then let me talk to you about the breathing.
Okay.
So you go,
Wait, are you breathing right now?
attack.
Yeah, I'm breathing right now.
Be like, I'm having a panic attack or whatever. And you check your watch and
my
it goes.
blood oxygen.
Would it help if maybe you wore headphones with a microphone all the time so you could hear yourself breathing, so you could just always walk around and go,
No, I can feel myself breathing. I just want to make sure that it's a good amount of oxygen getting in.
But so you look at it and it says 100%, and you go, okay.
Yeah.
But it's not changing your breathing.
No.
You've just given yourself extra stimulus to kind of confirm. What percentage would get you worried?
Less than probably 95.
But I have a feeling your watch wouldn't have to tell you that. You'd know something was going on.
No.
What's the lowest you've seen?
You'd be able to feel.
85?
You'd be able to feel your blood oxygen.
No, but it would be harder to breathe.
Right, and you would feel that irrespective of the Apple Watch.
What was the situation that you were at 85?
Sleeping. But that only happened once. It normally doesn't get below 90. I have only had like one. The lowest it was before it was 85 was 92. So I'm always between 92
If your
and 100.
Apple Watch told you your blood ox was at 89%, then what would you do? What's
Test
the next?
it again. I'm not kidding.
It says 89 again. What's the next step?
If I got like 89 in a row up until like over the course of maybe a half hour, I would go to the hospital.
You would?
Yes.
And they'd go, throw the goddamn watch away. You're
or
fine.
they would test me and be like, your blood oxygen is low.
And what does that mean?
That means I'm having trouble breathing and they have to do something about it.
I'm just saying you would have arrived at that same conclusion irrespective of the Apple Watch.
I mean, I get what you're saying to a certain degree, but you would probably ignore it more. Where it's just like, oh, I just feel weird today or something like that. Or, I just, maybe it's a pollen count or my bra's too tight or something like that.
So this way, you can scare yourself all the time.
No, okay, it makes me feel better all the time. I'm not kidding. Like when I'm starting to feel anxious and I check it.
Is it just your blood ox, or are there other items that you check on the thing?
Heart rate, if I'm feeling like shaky or whatever, which happened the other day, I wasn't feeling very well and my heart rate wasn't high, but I felt like it was pounding,
Yeah.
And then, I mean, these are all symptoms of panic attacks, which is why.
Which you've had your whole life?
No, that I've had in the last 4 months.
Okay, but you had them before you got an Apple Watch.
I've probably had less than 10 in my entire life.
Anyway, good for you.
My point is that this is something that helps me personally when I'm having multiple panic attacks a week.
I understand.
So it's something that's very beneficial for me.
Okay.
What's your blood oxygen level now?
When we do it again, it was 100 1 minute ago. We can do it again if you want. 2 minutes ago it was 100. Takes 15 seconds. Okay. You can do an EKG on here.
Uh-huh.
So it tests if
I have
you're
an
having.
older one, so I don't have the blood ox.
Do you have EKG?
I think I have EKG.
So it tests if you have it tests if you have an abnormal heartbeat. That it's not. If it's not beating properly, like with the regular arterial fibrillation, I think is what
What's
it's called.
your resting heart rate?
I don't know. I'm testing my blood oxygen right now. I can't do more than one thing at a time, Bill. But for someone with anxiety, when I'm like, I can't breathe, everything's wrong, and it's like, you can breathe, chill out. I'm like, oh, you're right. 100% still.
That's good.
That's why I like it.
Ricardo.
Hey, Alan, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. He's married?
Mm-hmm.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Just breathe, girl. Just breathe.
Thank you.
What's up?
Is Bill there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Bill.
Hey.
Mr. Bill. So, yeah, here you guys going back and forth with fitness trackers and smartwatches and whatnot. I love a conventional automatic watch. I have a few. I love wearing them and whatnot, and I will refuse to wear a fitness tracker. Sorry. So doing research, I found this is called the Aura Ring, and it's a ring that does everything except for texting and phone calls than a smartwatch would.
What that was a Kickstarter.
There's been a few.
I remember getting Aura emails on Kickstarter. I thought that was just a sleep tracker, though.
And so it was developed as a sleep tracker, and therefore it goes to, so it will pair with your Apple Fitness tracker on your phone, and it will give it the steps, the oxygen, it's a pretty solid. So I just started researching about it about 6 months ago. So I found all these athletes are using it. All those guys from Formula One are using it. So it's pretty up there on the rankings and the reviews.
Yeah.
And I went and it's unfortunately it's about the same price as a smartwatch, but it's not as intrusive. So I loved it. They offer different colors: gold, silver, black, this, that. And
You're not scratching it up all the time?
No, man. I was laying bricks over the weekend, and
Pooping,
I'm looking at this thing, and my wedding band is more scratched than my Aura ring. No problem, no issues. Pretty light too. It's not, it's not.
Well, the wedding ring always gets scratched up because you're taking it off and on so much, put it in your pocket to go to the club, probably too, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's the respectful thing to do.
But yeah, real quick, I just wanted to give you guys that option if somebody needs to know about it. And like you said, there's multiple out there, but this was the more discreet and the more, I think it's from Finland, if I'm not mistaken. It was good technology, very good customer support. Like you talk to them and they're right on point. So
Okay. Well, I've heard of them, but you're the first person I've heard that has one. So I appreciate that, Ricardo. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, pal. Hey, Tim.
Yes.
Timmy, what's going on?
Yes. Hey, how are you guys?
Good.
Good. I just got to defend Mary on this panic attack thing.
Mm-hmm.
They're no joke.
Yeah. They're the worst
At
things.
all. At all.
Were we saying they were?
No, nobody was saying they weren't. All I'm saying is if you're having one. Your watch isn't going to tell you you're having one.
Well, yes, you do, but you're not in the right frame of mind. You trick yourself into thinking of something more.
And knowing those things are okay and normal makes you feel better.
Yeah,
because
when
when you're having a panic attack, you really, truly, your brain is telling you that you are going to die. That's what it is. Your brain is saying, "Hey, shut it down. We're about to die. Sorry about your luck."
But when we've talked about this before, you said this is a way in which your brain isn't really working properly or logically.
Right.
So looking at your smartwatch snaps you out of that?
It helps. It definitely helps.
Well,
yeah.
I think it's more preventative in nature, where you're looking at that so you're not getting to the panic attack because you can look at it and reassure yourself.
Ground you.
Yeah.
Anything that can ground you just kind of like calms you down.
Well, then that's good.
It's great.
I've been to the hospital 3 times because of a panic attack, thinking I was having a heart attack.
Rookie.
Knowing that I wasn't.
I've been there like 15. I'm just kidding.
15?
I'm totally messing with you, man. Keep going. Sorry.
Try not to one-up
Oh,
the
no,
other
that's okay.
anxiety-ridden person, please.
But, I mean, I don't know. I just wanted to, I don't know. Those things are real, and I didn't believe in them.
You have one and it's useful to you?
One what?
Like one of these fitness trackers or something?
No, I don't, because now I have medication where...
I was going to say, you might want to get one if you're going to the hospital 15 times, but yeah, okay.
No, 3. I said 3.
He's 3, I'm 15.
Oh, Mary's 15. So I can't keep all these panic attacks straight. Yeah. All right.
So, yeah, I don't know. Mary, I feel for you, and, man, they suck, you know.
What medication are you on?
I daily take Zoloft, and then when an attack starts happening, I have Xanax.
Okay.
Stacking the deck in your favor. Boy.
Yeah, you have to.
Doggy. All right, thank you, Tim. What are you on?
I just started Lexapro today.
Isn't that what Poundcake's on?
That is what Poundcake's on.
I told her she's about to be hella dry.
Hella dry?
Yeah.
Jesus, I hope you mean from the neck up.
Effects.
Gross.
No.
Hella dry.
I posted a whole long thing on my Instagram story about the whole point of getting to here. I know we got to go to a break, but it's like basically I've been fighting with both my therapist and my primary care physician about going on medication for weeks now. The old sit and spit.
You're going to be able to neither sit nor spit.
I know. Rules for thee, but not for me, Cody.
You trollop. You deserve to be dry. You deserve whatever's coming to
Stop!
you.
I'm trying to fix it.
Why are you giving her a hard time?
Because I kept telling him, just do what the doctors tell you. It's fine. And I've been fighting with my doctors for about a month now.
Why?
Because I didn't want to go on medication.
Why?
Because I felt like I could fix it on my own.
But you can't.
Correct.
You're checking your watch for your heartbeat.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
And that's what the logical medical professionals are telling me. And I'm like, you're all wrong.
You guys with all your fancy medical knowledge.
Before we go any further with this, I would like to know what Joe Rogan thinks.
Yeah.
Right.
What an awful time to be a doctor right now, by the way. You're like, I went to school for 15 years for this.
Well, I just had every excuse. It was literally every excuse in the book that I could come up with where I was like, well, I'm fully vaccinated now, so that'll help with my anxiety. And now that I am fully vaccinated, I can start going to the gym again, and I can start traveling for comedy again. And those are all things that'll make me feel better. And I don't need medication. I can do it on my own. And my therapist, he was just kind of sitting there and he goes, do you remember that conversation we had about perfectionism? He goes, that's 100% what you're doing right now, is that you think that you can handle things, and then you're just going to set yourself up for failure when you have more panic attacks. And it's just this like never-ending cycle. So.
Well, but in your slight defense, why not wait until you get back into the gym and on the road and see if that works?
So because I'm having like 3 panic attacks a week, and they're
Are you
like,
back in the gym?
No.
Are you back on the road?
But what they're saying is that do all of the... Yeah, I am.
Well,
They're
right,
saying,
but
do all of those things, but let this be a little booster for you.
I see.
My friend gave me a really good analogy.
A little steam in your stride.
Yeah, my friend gave me a really good analogy where it's like you're trying to hang a picture of what you want your life to look like, right? And you have a screw, and the doctors are trying to hand you a screwdriver, like, hey, use this screwdriver, it's going to speed things along. And I'm like, no, I'll just use my hands. I can get it in there, it'll be fine.
Still gets a screw in, but if you're going to be hella dry, ain't
painful.
going to be any screws going in.
Dude, I know we gotta go. My boyfriend has also got some stuff going on too, and he's got to do some things with medication. And I was like, dude, we're gonna have like the worst sex life for like 3 straight months.
Yeah, well, you'll be so happy.
Yeah.
He's like, you know what? We can cuddle. There's plenty of sex to be had.
Sitting on the couch watching literally Netflix and chill.
Right.
I got a break. If you want to get a text 35192, next chance for you to grab $1,000 is on the way at 5:30. So listen for that chance to go fund yourself.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.
35192 to text. I don't know how our customers are able to do such deep dives. But somebody texted me, Alan, March the 6th, 2020. First segment of the show. Mary is adamant that she doesn't need an Apple Watch. Now, wow. A lot has happened in the past year.
Yes.
So give her a break.
And that was pre-lockdown. We were still out and doing stuff.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And I have changed my mind.
Some new information has come to light.
Wasn't having 3 panic attacks a week then.
I've evolved in my thinking. We'll get to the Poundcake sports break here in a moment. The Indians lose big to the Twins. That was 10-2. That was an afternoon game today. They will start up the weekend series on Friday in Chicago against the White Sox. The Cavs will play tonight against the Orlando Magic at 7 o'clock. I don't know why I do this to myself.
Eat some nuts.
What'd you have?
You nutted up.
Yes, I did. I nutted up. Yep, in the break, and I shouldn't. And again, I shouldn't do it, but I did. I couldn't help it. You know what I always say, Bill?
You got weakness for nuts.
I love nuts in my mouth.
Not a clock.
I can't get. It's not a clock. Alan, normal blood ox is 98%. Doesn't really test blood oxygen. Think of your blood cell as having 4 wheels. How many wheels? Think of having how many?
Timing.
2 wheels.
I don't have 4 when I have 3.
3 wheels.
The monitor basically detects if you have 4 wheels or 3. The fewer wheels you have, the lower your blood saturation is. Doesn't necessarily mean oxygen is one of your wheels. I don't know what any of that means, but
3 wheels.
If you're down at 3 wheels on your Apple Watch, make sure that you take it to the Genius Bar or something.
It helps.
Tell Mary Lexapro messed up my wife. It made me suicidal.
Well, that's...
Well, you're set up great for... And everybody reacts to these things differently. Because other people will go, I was on it. It was the greatest thing that I ever did. And,
And it's not like the doctor's going to be like, well, just take this and let me know how you feel in a year.
Right. I have a checkup in 3 weeks. Yeah. Well, and I have a lot of people reaching out to me on Instagram, and it's overwhelming that they're like, Lexapro was the best thing I've ever done. It's such a good medication. It helps with my anxiety, blah, blah, blah. So
Poundcake is slightly skeptical, but that's him.
Because he's horny. He and I had this discussion yesterday when she prescribed
you say that
it
like
to
it's
me.
a bad thing.
Why? He's like, I don't like it. I hate it. I said, why? He said, because all the bitch wants to do is cuddle.
It ruined my mojo. Like, I used to be a nasty, disgusting freak.
But you're not.
And
now you're in a loving relationship.
I was so much fun.
And you're not in a constant state of panic anymore. And that should be enough.
Well, he's panicking because he's not horny. Maybe this is why your boyfriend's with you. He didn't want to freak.
I don't know if I started it when I was with him. I think I probably have maybe just started it, and the side effects hadn't taken full effect yet.
Alan, I see why you were nervous about Poundcake doing that Women's Month event a ways back. I don't think I've ever heard someone say you deserve to be dry. Yes, I know what I'm talking about. Always trust me.
But see, I only come at her like that after I'm provoked. She went on
I didn't provoke anything.
We spent like a segment or 2 on it. You need to listen to the doctors. You need to take your medication. So
I have underlying issues, Cody. That's making me so resistant.
I'm black,
to it.
homosexual, and scaly skin. What else?
That makes you resistant to medication, and I'm on it. I started taking it. So why are you yelling at me?
He's black, gay, and with psoriasis. Yeah, why are you yelling at her? Alan, I've been on Lexapro for almost 6 years, and I have 0 sexual side effects. No dryness, and I feel fine.
There you go.
Somebody else points out that it causes weight gain. Hey, Chubby Mare's coming back!
She will not. Because she's about to get back in the gym.
All right.
Although my pants are being a little...
Whatever, medium mare coming back.
She's not. I won't let it happen. I work too hard.
Marge.
If I could never do fasted cardio ever again, that's why I would not put weight back on. Because it's the worst thing.
What is?
Fasted cardio. Where you do cardio exercises after you haven't eaten for extended periods of time. Overnight, usually.
Not familiar. Yeah, doesn't sound like a good idea.
Well, it burns belly fat quick. It's like one of the best things you can do for belly fat.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
She did. She put Lexapro.
Yeah.
Yuck.
Give me that Lexapro!
See how it goes.
Okay, let me give you some money here. It's $1,000 to be precise. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword PAY at WMMS.com. That's PAY. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Any chance that alcohol can happen with panic attack or help with panic attacks?
No. Relapse does not help with panic
I was going to
attacks.
say, man, wouldn't that be a real stick in the spokes? What
Man,
a kick in the nuts that would be.
Everything I did for 2 years would be undone in not even a week. 2 weeks probably before I lost this job.
Yeah, you
crashed a
thought you were having
car.
panic attacks before.
Goodness, you can have one
No,
drink.
Cody.
Just treat yourself to one drink. Just
You
smell
said
it.
a bitch deserves to be dry. That goes for alcohol, too.
Right.
Especially alcohol. Not worried about the other parts.
Just doesn't want it to be so dry. What about a dry martini?
No.
All right. You ready for the sports break?
Yeah.
Are you all rehearsed up?
Yeah.
You don't sound so sure.
Yeah.
We're not going into this with a high level of confidence.
No, yeah, I'm fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
All right.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
In the headlines today, just when I thought American politics couldn't get any weirder, track star, reality television host, and gold medalist, and the world's favorite transgender, Caitlyn Jenner, has announced her run for California governor. The Republican transgender candidate believes she's best fit for the job. I mean, the bitch did run for gold, ran from fatherhood and the Kardashians, ran from her size 32 boxer briefs, and now the bitch thinks she could run for governor. I hope her policy initiatives are of her Olympic track record and not of her driving record. I'm Poundcake, and I approve this message. Also, Floyd Mayweather and YouTuber and Ohio native Logan Paul have agreed to fight. The Paul brothers have been notorious for their cocky attitude and calling out celebrities to fight on Twitter. Looks like Paul will get his wish. The pair are set to fight at the Hard Rock Stadium on June 6th. After Logan is done getting pulverized by Floyd, he can use my guts as a punching bag to get his frustrations out. Just throwing that out there. And lastly, Brett Favre decided to weigh in on the Derek Chauvin verdict. Favre spoke of this issue on his podcast. He said he didn't believe that Chauvin intended to kill Floyd, but he says his actions are inexcusable either way. I'm sure all of Favre's fans appreciate his angle on this topic, but personally, I don't want to hear his angle on political or social issues if you can't take a proper angle on a penis picture. Your D looks dusty and washed up just like you, Brett. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break!
You really think Caitlyn Jenner is everyone's favorite trans person?
She's the most famous.
What about Laverne Cox?
She's the most famous.
What about Chelsea Manning?
Caitlyn Jenner's
What about Renee
Caitlin's-
Richards?
All right, Caitlin's more famous than all of them.
Really?
Yeah, and it doesn't mean that you're liked. It just means that you're famous. And she's the richest, I'm sure.
Well, you said most popular. That means you're liked.
No, popular
Everyone's
just means
favorite.
everyone knows you.
No, popular means people like you. If you are unpopular in school, everybody knows you, but they don't like you. Nobody's like, hey, I'm the most unpopular person here. Everybody knows me. Whatever. How you feel about that one? You feel all right about that one?
The first was kind of rocky, but everything else I kind of liked.
Okay.
It wasn't
Jake Paul.
it wasn't my best, but
Alan Joe Rogan swears by fasted workouts.
Yeah,
but he always looks like he's got a food baby. What's going on with Rogan? He always looks like for as much as this guy works out and eats elk meat, he always looks like he's got a beer gut.
There's rumors and speculation that it is HGH gut, where it's it causes like a
is he on the
bloat
juice?
look. Well, again, speculation. I don't know anything about it, but it's it does seem consistent with other people that have used HGH.
Yeah, because for as clearly built as the guy is,
yeah.
He doesn't look like
he's
shredded
got,
or
bloated abs.
Right,
yeah.
he looks like a guy who used to lift weights. Huh.
What purpose would that serve, though, if he was taking
so you can get more muscles.
Well, because he's in his 50s and he needs testosterone
Oh, is he that old?
replacement. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Huh. Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, I'm 49. He's older than me. He's 53.
Insulin resistance is another theory.
Okay.
He's a good-looking 53-year-old.
Alan, I've never heard of any of those people you mentioned, and I know Caitlyn Jenner.
Same.
Okay. That's fair enough. I was just throwing it out there.
And when I say favorite, I was being facetious. I mean,
I know, I was breaking it.
I was like, her whole family doesn't even want her to run.
Boy, no one is excited at all about Caitlyn Jenner running for governor of California.
Literally no
California is like only one of 19 states, I think, that do recall elections, which are these dopey things where, like, you know, they're just dopey. But this Gavin Newsom, who's been running California, there were enough people who think that he's been doing it. He didn't do COVID right or whatever. Whatever. So, but these recall elections turn into circuses. That's how Arnold Schwarzenegger became the governor of California. Was in a recall election. Almost 20 years ago.
Total recall.
Gray Davis, I remember this, was the governor of California. And I think Gavin Newsom will only be the second governor ever in California to be recalled. And this guy, Gray Davis, was the governor of California. And people think he did a good job. I forget what it was. Like, it was right around the time, it was like post 9/11, and the economy had taken a hit, and they just put it all at his feet. I don't know if it was deserved or not. But there's enough people after a year of coronavirus that are pissy with Gavin Newsom where they're like, recall election. But it turns into a circus.
So what necessarily...
When they had the Gray Davis recall election in California, there were 135 people on the ballot.
Wow.
Remember I mentioned that Angeline, and you didn't know who I was talking about? She was like this icon of Los Angeles. They had billboards of her. She was on the ballot.
Yeah.
Ariana Huffington was on the ballot.
Running,
yeah, Mary Carey, the porn star. Gary Coleman was on the ballot.
So it means they're taking the governorship away from him then, for sure?
If he loses the election.
Oh, okay.
No, he still has to lose the election to get replaced. But Larry Flint was on the ballot when Schwarzenegger ran. And Schwarzenegger was just up there because he had name recognition.
The guy with the hustler clips?
Yes. Peter Uberoff, who used to be the baseball commissioner, was on the ballot. This French guy they called the father of modern skydiving was on the ballot for the California... This guy that used to be on like K-Rock radio in L.A. was on the ballot. So, and it'll be the same thing here. It'll be a friggin' circus. They'll have Caitlyn Jenner, who, again...
But she's the first LGBTQ candidate that does not have the backing of the LGBT community. Like, they don't even want her to be president.
Well,
governor.
That's largely because she's a Republican.
Yes,
and
but
even Republicans, I mean, you know you're in trouble when, like, Tommy Lahren is kind of lukewarm on you. You know, it's like, with friends like these, boy. So, yeah. I mean, just from an objective observer, it'll be interesting to watch, I guess. But
with all that, like, pushback, she might actually win then.
Caitlyn Jenner will never become the governor of California.
I was just saying, wait.
Because
it seems like everything is possible.
Write it down. What time?
No. Because
come on.
she's admitted she's not all that politically active. She's like, I don't really vote. Like, she's voted twice in her entire life, you know, so that counts for something with people. They're like, why do you want to, you know, it was silly that Schwarzenegger became the governor too, but by a lot of accounts, he did a good job. He was a Republican, but I mean, he did a good job in that state, I think, if I recall correctly.
I feel like that's a job that nobody wants, though. Like, why would you want that job? It's so messed up in California.
It's the second biggest economy.
Yeah, but it's not, I don't know. It just seems like it's a lose-lose situation.
It's always on fire,
Yeah.
falling into the ocean.
Well, I mean, Gavin Newsom...
Second biggest economy in what?
In the country.
I think it's the first in the country. It's fifth in the world.
I thought it was New York was the biggest economy.
I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I thought California was the biggest one.
But I'm just saying, Gavin Newsom is no stranger to, like, having run-down cities. I mean, he was the mayor of San Francisco, and they have homeless people, they have fires, they have everything.
But that's not a run-down city by any means. It's a big city with a lot of problems, but it's not a, like...
I mean, I'm just saying
San
he worked his way
a really well-run city, though.
But what I'm saying is he worked his way up. He wasn't just governor and
I understand that, but I'm
Jenner's
saying,
going
like,
in with nothing.
Yes, and I get that but also he handled the pandemic in a way that the people in California on both sides did not like, and so you got to go and try and put out all those fires.
And that's why I think
no
it's
one's
unfair.
gonna be able to do it.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's fair because who handled it correctly in this country? Who did? Everyone was giving DeWine like props, and then they slowly but surely backed away to like, oh, he's going to make us wear our masks. Oh, he's not on our side. It's not about sides. So no one handled it properly.
But the bottom line is they're going to have to put somebody up against Gavin Newsom who is not Caitlyn Jenner. And I don't know who that is. No. They're going to have to find some party official on the Republican side to run. I'm sure they're calling people left and right. Will you please run against Gavin Newsom? Because whatever people think of him out there, he's generally a popular guy out there.
Tim Allen.
There you go. There you go. Native Michigander. Tim, you won.
The government needs less power.
There you go. By the way, happy Ed Balls Day for those of you who are way into internet culture and are paying attention to those things. 10 years ago today, a British politician named Ed Balls accidentally tweeted out his own name. And it just went from there, 11:20 a.m., the account of Ed Balls just tweeted, Ed Balls. And that was the 10th anniversary of that today. And he thought it was funny and people had fun with it. But then Twitter kept track of it every year. And they celebrated it on the first anniversary. And then the second. And then the third. And he thought it would go away. He goes, at the beginning it was weird, but after a while, he said, roll with the punches, right? And now 10 years later, and he hasn't been in politics for 5 or 6 years, but every year, people will tweet,
Happy Ed Balls Day.
Happy Ed Balls Day.
Twitter never forgets, man. I'm so terrified. Like, what are they going to find in my past?
I mean, you think about some other things that did not last 10 years that Ed Balls did, right?
Vine.
Yeah, Vine. Nyan Cat is gone.
I mean, where's Charlie, the finger-biting kid? We don't know about him.
Charlie bit my finger.
Charlie bit me.
He's all growed up.
I hated Vine. I'm so glad that app went away. I was not creative enough to be
TikTok is new Vine.
But I'm saying that's not 6 seconds. Like, I was not creative enough to make something, make a spectacle in 6 seconds. I'm not that
with
creative.
that attitude.
It was hard.
Yes. If it was easy, everybody would do it. Oh,
But
wait, everybody
now, with all the time that he has on Instagram and TikTok, he is just knocking it out of the park.
There you go.
I was eating on Vine, like Skittles and stuff, for 6 seconds.
Oh, God. I've got a break. You want to get a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. You can hit us up on social if you need to. And you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Checks. Send lots of money.
100.7 WMMS.
Cavs game tonight, 6:30 is when the pregame will get going, so I'll have one last keyword for you to go fund yourself after we get out of here at 6:30. And then Cavs Live and tip-off at the Romo Fijo tonight downtown. Cavs against the Magic at 7 o'clock here on WMMS, your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. You've got a few days left, by the way, precisely 2. To use the promo code Grand Slam at CLE Clothing Company. You can... What?
2? Every time you say it, I can never hear 2 just by itself anymore.
You've got precisely 2 days to use... 2? Right, like Casey Kasem. To use Grand Slam for the month of April. So, 20% off. If you want to go into one of the stores, they're all open. You can buy stuff there. And give them the code upon checkout, or you can just do it online, nice and lazy. Cleveland Clothing Company online. But throw Grand Slam in there. And then I'll have a new code for you in May. God, it's almost May. Christ.
Yep.
Let's see if Mary comes in and she'll slam the door. Don't say nothing.
She's not going to slam the door. She's walking in on tippy toes here. She probably took her shoes off. Slowly closed the door. Nice. Right? What do you think about that?
I just slammed my knee on the desk instead.
Try to be cool. Nice. You can't win around these parts sometimes. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can always drop us a message there anytime. It's 216-986-8903.
Hey, gang. This is Jimmy the JoJo here from Canton. And sorry, I know that's a stretch, but you try and find a better alliteration in the right context. I'm also the guy who complained about Poundcake tripping on weed, and for that, I apologize. I retract my complaint, because as Evan from Lakewood so eloquently pointed out, Ice Cube says it in Friday, and if it's good enough for Ice Cube, it's good enough for me. However, I do not appreciate when somebody who went to college for radio, has been on the radio for over 5 years, continues to eat on podcasts and just show the worst radio etiquette I've ever seen.
Or heard.
Poundcake, be better.
When are these people, Poundcake, going to realize that that's just your thing? When are they going to realize that that's your sense of humor?
It's the controversy that's getting the people to go and check out the podcast.
Tell you what.
It's like...
He's our own little Joe Rogan.
Yeah, exactly. He's if you're, on 21 and healthy, Joe Rogan says you don't got to get a vaccine. If you like listening to podcasts, well, don't worry about pound cakes, because his idea of funny is eating on the podcast.
There you go.
That episode is like my highest rated episode.
Of course.
Next to Erica.
Because I played this clip 400 times.
That's your fault.
401.
What way to find out what the heart of the city feels like when it's thumping against your chest? All right? That's just me. Does that make me a whore? Hold on. I had to finish my gummy worm.
The best part of that is that for people listening for that, I think it happens in like the first 10 minutes, doesn't it? You get to that pretty quick.
Yeah.
So then you can just bail out, get to the good stuff, the money shot.
Still got the click.
That's right. There's a brand new, or more where that came from.
Tomorrow.
There's a brand new Poundcake podcast that's going to be dropping for you tomorrow.
What's this one going to be about? Oh, he's on the phone.
So, listen. What I would say to you, the uninitiated customer, is this is his sense of humor. That's why they call the sense of humor, right? Because there are no hard, fast rules.
No.
Laughter
and sometimes senses can be dull.
Or non-existent.
Laughter's involuntary. You don't know what's going to make you laugh. And, Ed Balls Day. There's no reason that should be funny, but it is. I don't know why.
What's tomorrow's pound cake going to be about?
It's another pound cake hot take.
Ooh, what's it on? Eating on microphone?
No, I'm just going to cover all the hot topics because there's been a lot lately. I mean, the Pete Davidson hosting Jake Paul's boxing event, the Tristan Thompson scandal. There's a number of things that happened in the news I might want to have my Poundcake opinion on.
Does it rise to the level of a scandal if that's what he's known for? By the way,
Tristan Thompson known
if
for
he's
cheating?
a serial philanderer, is it a scandal?
No, but I need the airtime, so I will
find a way to make it.
I need the airtime.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a topic out of it.
I'll tell you what, though, the girls that he's chosen to
cheat on Chloe
with are.
Do they all look like her?
None of them do.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh, okay. Because I thought the first one, I thought that Jordan Woods or whatever. Who was the first
I feel
one?
like they're all.
And that's the thing. I don't understand. What do these girls hope to gain from snitching? Like, these bitches don't stick by the code of side pieces, stay in the cut, and be quiet. They wait their turn. Like,
Because
you get all
every
the perks of
time,
being with the man.
the reason they find out is because, like, other than I think the first time, he's telling them that he's not together, so he's
I don't
lying.
believe that. I don't believe that. Girls don't care. Girls do not care. If
a lot of girls care.
No, they don't.
I'm not. He knows.
I'm just saying groupies.
Anything
They're
you
not
say is not
groupies,
gonna
though.
listen.
They are groupies.
No,
He's not dating these women. She said that she slept with them.
This most recent girl, he told her that him and Chloe weren't together anymore.
I don't believe that.
And then months later, she finds out that they are together, and so that's when she blows up on her podcast. Now, is she doing it for podcast clicks? Probably, but we'll see.
Huh?
But I still believe that he would lie to her and be like, "Oh no, it's over now," just to
I believe
absolve
that.
her. Yeah.
I don't believe it because he doesn't need to. Girls don't care if he's with Chloe. I mean, they're probably afraid of the machine. Like once one of the Kardashians finds out and it leaks, that their life is good. They're the next Monica Lewinsky and they'll be known as like the whore and wear the scarlet letter. But girls, if they know the woman will not find out about it, they don't care that a dude is engaged or married or with someone publicly. They like the story.
How many women have you been with?
Listen, I know from experience because girls have told me, as the best friend of many chicks that have slept with football players and basketball players and married men, they tell me these things. I'm like, these pigs. How could these men do that?
Wait a second. But so what you're saying is that these girls you've talked to all stayed quiet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, they haven't come out publicly, obviously, but they've told me, and I'm telling you. But I'm not telling you who.
Right. But I would imagine that's kind of at a lower level. I mean, they're not going to get TMZ coverage because they banged some second string guy in the Browns.
Well, yeah, some of them.
Because
are,
none of your friends, as I understand it, are a Kardashian sister.
No, but I'm saying
this isn't because Tristan Thompson is famous. It's because his girlfriend was.
But what I'm saying is, it's at every level. So no, they're not TMZ worthy. But that's how I know it happens to him because these girls. I mean, these guys are like college quarterbacks, and they're getting.
So who's
groupies.
the new girl?
I don't know.
She's some podcaster. No, she's not a. I can't remember her name.
You just said that she didn't look anything like the other, so.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't look like Chloe.
And he's also less than smart. She's a blabbermouth professionally.
Instagram model Sydney Chase. Does that sound right?
Right.
Okay.
I don't know. I hope that's not true. That he lied. Like, I feel like it's more.
I think it's more likely that he lied.
But y'all want to paint him as that. These hoes out here are just as vicious. Because
he's cheating on his girlfriend.
People don't like
you're gonna get painted a certain way. Whether or not he lied or didn't lie, he still cheated.
But it's got to be ironic, though. It's got to be awfully ironic because every woman that these social media types or whatever, these girls that are in that circle of influence, they're all trying to look like Kim Kardashian or one of the sisters. So it's going to be really weird when he steps out with some girl that looks like your sister or like you. Even if they don't look exactly like her, they're all going for that look.
But you're like... But they're in their 20s.
How old's Chloe?
35.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I read up on this today.
It sounds like it. You're giving away Poundcake's podcast.
Khloe Kardashian's 35.
Yeah, right. Oh, God, please don't. Hey, Tom.
Yes?
Hi, Tom.
How you doing?
Good, what's up?
Well, this question's for Mary, I guess.
Hi.
So, hi. How are you?
Okay, what's up?
Okay, so here's the deal. I would like for my wife to wear lingerie, but she does not want to. So am I asking too much?
I don't think so. But why doesn't she want to? What are her reasons in not wanting to do it?
Is she ugly or like overweight?
His question was for Mary.
But
Thank
answer Poundcake's question, please.
She says it makes her feel self-conscious.
Well, you got to make her feel not self-conscious. Tell her, I love you. I want to see your body's amazing. You're beautiful. Like, you got to build her up. If she's feeling self-conscious about it,
Just
build
lie
her
to
up.
her, Tom. Just lie to her.
Not lie.
They probably have sex with a big T-shirt on.
So finally, she says to me, after I ask her a number of times, she says, she will if I will.
Then there's your answer.
There you go. Get some little sexy little briefs.
There you go. No,
They
I think
sell like hot men's underwear.
No. She's trying to get him to wear lingerie because she figures that'll be a deal breaker and he won't do it. So she'll go, okay. Is that what she's talking about?
Call her bluff.
Yes.
Call her bluff. That's absolutely correct. You put on a hot pink teddy and go to work, Tom.
Well, specifically garter belt and stockings.
So do it.
Yeah, call her bluff.
Okay.
No,
Okay, well, what would you think?
If you just build her up a little bit, she might come around to it and be like, that's something we can try once, and if you hate it, we never have to do it again. And, obviously don't force her to do something she's not comfortable with, but if it sounds like she's just a little bit insecure, she just might need a push in the right direction.
And maybe you need to find the right lingerie that does empower her, something that maybe like a corset or something like that still has some coverage to it, but it's going to make her feel,
sexy.
More sexy and less vulnerable.
Get her some edible undies. Some of them, like fruit roll-up skirts or whatever that they make. Get her one of those.
The beef jerky ones.
There you go.
I like the sound of all of it, but I'm telling you, unless I get the garter belt and stockings, it's not going to happen.
Well, then do it.
Then get the garter belt and stockings. If
Okay,
you want,
Mary, what would you think if your guy surprised you wearing that?
I'd probably laugh. I mean, if he was like all...
But is it really a surprise?
Well, I was going to say,
go?
it's not like Mary's asking her boyfriend to do it. Your woman said, okay, I'll do it if you do it.
Okay.
And you know what? To be honest with you, she might feel better seeing you in like a vulnerable position like that. Okay, like, if he's willing to do this and it's lighthearted, it would be the same way with her.
Okay. All
Just
right.
do it. What do you got to lose? You guys are married.
Did you buy something specific for her, Tom, that she's now kind of saying, I don't want to wear that?
More than one, yes.
More than one. Maybe have her buy something.
No, let her pick it out.
Okay, good idea.
Yeah.
Because then she feels more comfortable.
Except I don't think it'll happen unless,
Let her pick out your outfit, too.
Okay. No. Okay, Mary, what would you have your guy wear?
I don't know. They have, there's lots of different sex shops around that have like tasteful lingerie. It's not all like, so they have like
you don't
cute
want
little
tasteful.
guy.
No,
I'm saying they have like cute little boxer briefs for men.
But that's not what he has to wear. He has to wear lady lingerie.
I don't know. I've never been in this situation.
So he's asking what you would want your guy, if you were going to put your guy in lady lingerie.
I can't stop giggling.
You
at the
have
thought
to
of that.
think about what you'd want to see.
Mary, do you wear lingerie?
I have actually with my current boyfriend. He's the first person I've ever done that with because he's into it. So.
And what do you wear?
All right, Tom,
is
you're
this
getting creepy.
Goodbye. Do we have a wife? No, I mean he likes a very specific thing, and so it's like I buy the same type of lingerie every time, but like different, if that makes sense. I don't want to say too much because people are weirdos.
I appreciate the advice.
Yeah, no problem.
Now, if you're a furry, does dressing up in that count as lingerie?
Probably, if that's what they like.
Like if they're like you put on like an anthropomorphic squirrel suit, you're like, hey, this is what you're into. This is my lingerie.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm Sandy from SpongeBob. All right, well, listen, bon voyage, Tom. Good luck.
Okay, you too.
Keep us apprised of the developments, okay?
Okay, we'll do.
Thank you. There's Tom, who seemed to be asking more questions than I had anticipated.
Well, I was self-conscious at first, too, because I had never really done anything like that. And then his reaction to me being in it was enough to sell me on it, to see how much he liked it. You know what I mean? So I'm like, oh, it doesn't really do anything for me, but you seem to really like it, so that's fine with me.
Yep. Once in a while, I'll have Gwen put the Catwoman suit on.
Oh,
there you go. And I'm good to go.
And my girl will do little photo shoots on nights that we're not together and send me pics of different, she's got a lot of fun, weird clothes, and it's very exciting. And she likes it too, and that makes it even more fun because she's like into it.
The first time I put on, it's like a body stocking, I guess is what you would call it, was for his birthday last year, and we were in a hotel.
Crotchless?
Yeah, obviously. And I came out and stopped in the mirror and looked at myself, and I was like, this is hot. He's like, yes, you see why I like it? I was like,
easy access.
I felt really sexy.
Does it look like a Christmas stocking?
Yes, it is. It's just white, and then it's almost like a mermaid. My feet don't come out of it.
It's got your name on it.
You're hopping around.
There's candy canes falling around.
There's an orange at the bottom.
Right.
Yummy.
That's the real treat.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make my boyfriend dress as Larry the Lobster from SpongeBob.
There you go.
He was my first cartoon crush.
Larry the Lobster.
Put something white on the tip of his nose.
Alan, Tom sounds like a very fun and affectionate husband. Listen, he's he's
trying.
Yeah, he's trying.
Why put this on? I am horny. I hope they figured that out. Also, I think he was just looking for.
He was fishing.
Yeah, there was a lot of well, what do you wear, Mary? What's good? I feel like that was a phone call a lot more about Mary and less about his wife.
That's okay. I hope she's confident after seeing him in stockings.
I get those same type of, just like the phone call that you just got. I get those DMs like, "Hey, Poundcake, I'm a straight." It always starts with, "I'm a straight married man. My wife and I don't mess around as much as we used to. Do you think you could give her some tips on what you would do if you had a guy here?" And I'm like, block,
right?
Mute. It always starts the same.
Alan Poundcake didn't lose his libido because of the Lexapro. He lost it because he's in a committed relationship, and he misses being a hoe. Well, that's nihilistic.
One take on it?
That is one take. Pretty cynical.
Poundcake, your rebuttal?
No, that's not true, because when I toss off, I'm just like, I don't even want to do this anymore. I just in the middle of it, I'm like, I'm getting there. Chugga, 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 chugga. I don't even get the other two.
Maybe cut out the train noises.
It's just one sad fap after the next over there at Casa Cake.
I just give up. I just roll over. I'm just like, let me watch Ari Melber. Let me turn on. Let me see what Trump's doing.
Maybe Ari Melber will do it for you?
Yeah, that's your problem.
Yeah.
Stupid. And then that's why I eat. I eat because I'm unhappy, and I'm unhappy because I eat.
Poor Cody.
He wants his libido back.
Yeah, no. I mean, my boyfriend, believe me, he is fine. I mean, you want to talk about a confidence boost. He's like, you can just lay there. I'm like, are you sure? He's like, yep, just lay there. He's like, front side, back side, don't care. I'll get mine. I'm like, okay. All right.
Front side,
what
back
a
side.
confidence boost.
I'll tell you what, whatever you want. Yeah. Just give me an orifice, will you?
Well, no,
actually, can you hold your breath?
Means he's not making Cody feel bad about it.
Well, I'm saying he just wants to look at me. He's like, you just look so good in my bed. I'm just like, clean sheets. Ooh.
Will you paint me like one of your French girls?
Well, he'll get painted.
Alan Poundcake should spend his next podcast just slamming doors.
Okay.
Good too. Yeah. The Mary Slamdora podcast is coming soon.
How does it feel to have one thing you do, repeat it over and over again?
Okay, it won't happen again.
No, it'll wear itself out. I'll ride him forever. Don't you worry.
Please, I've been trying to.
This guy.
Damn Lexapro.
Does Tom even realize how expensive lingerie is?
It's not that expensive.
I was going to say it's not anymore. You can go to Victoria's Secret and get something decent for $20.
Victoria's Secret is, but when it comes to that kind of stuff, like dress up sex stuff, I go to, there's Ambiance, there's Cirilla's, there's all kinds of places around here. Walmart, yeah. No, but there's places that have exactly what you like. If you want a teddy or a corset or a body stocking or a skirt or heel, they have all of it there. And it's literally, I think the most I've paid is $20. You can get $15 for...
Honey, I got a baby doll and the Chanel Preston signature butt.
Like it?
The latex butt. Mermare costume. Okay, good. Well, I mean, that's
mermare, yeah.
That's another take on it, too. Okay, I've got to take a break. If you want to get the last word in, send me a text to do that, 35192. Next chance to grab a grand is at 6:30. And then your Cavs pregame. They'll take on the Magic at 7 o'clock tonight downtown.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100. Hear this is working perfectly.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Okay. Time to go. Thanks, guys, very much for hanging out today. My thanks to Sam Morril. Very funny dude. He's doing the weekend at Hilarities with young Bill Squire. What else do you have coming up?
I'm recording an album at Hilarities May 7th through 9th. It's going to be a clean album. That's Mother's Day weekend, so it's a good time to bring her out for a show. She'll have some laughs. And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire. And then check out the Bill Squire Show on iHeartRadio or wherever you get your podcasts.
Going to be a lot of moms popping their Bill Squire cherry, if you ask me. Is that a good way to put it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Skanky moms, right, Mary?
Right.
Mary Slamdora, what do you have coming up? Oh, you're out tomorrow and Friday.
I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm headed to Colorado, Fort Collins. My early show Saturday at the Comedy Fort is sold out, but there is one show Friday and a late show Saturday. So two shows that still have tickets. So if you're in the Denver, Fort Collins area, you can check out my Instagram and Twitter and grab the link in the bio for tickets. It's Mary Santora Comedy on Instagram, Mary_Santora on Twitter.
Poundcake?
Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram. New Poundcake podcast tomorrow.
Okay, cool. Thanks, guys, very much for hanging out today. If you want to hear the show on demand, you can anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Just look for the Alan Cox Show there. Weekend Cox is now podcast as well. If you're not up at 8 a.m. on a Sunday to hear the best stuff of the week, you can get that on the app as well. If you prefer to watch the show, Godspeed. You can do that at our YouTube page, The Alan Cox Show. Archive them there. And another chance for you to grab $1,000 is mere minutes away, 6:30. A chance to go fund yourself, and then we'll get into the Cavs Live pregame. 7 o'clock, they start up downtown against Orlando, the Magic, tonight. So that's it. We'll talk to you again tomorrow around 2 o'clock, and I will see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing.